Not on. Oh, here we go. Good evening, everyone. I hereby call to order this May 27th, 2025 closed session meeting of the City Council at 5:05 p.m. Madam City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Saman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment, either in person or in Zoom?
We did not receive any speaker cards, but we do have one virtual hand raised. Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Okay, it took a minute. Can you hear me now? It took a minute for you to unmute me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Listen, as you guys go into closed session tonight, I would like to make the city attorney aware of a situation that if he's not already aware of it, he should be aware of it. And what that is that Councilmember Jackson is using his Facebook page to conduct and broadcast city business. And I don't have any problem with him doing that. That's up to him. But what he is doing is he's blocking people and not allowing the public to comment on his comment. Now, I haven't looked into this for a couple of years, but I'm pretty sure that if he's going to conduct his city business on the city page, he needs to make, by law, needs to make his page open to the public. And I'd like the city attorney to comment on that. Jackson just blocks dissenting points of view and won't let anybody talk to him. And, you know, he goes on and bloviates about everything he has. And quite frankly, it's somewhat of an embarrassment. But, you know, I don't know. I don't even know how his neighbors could tolerate that kind of stuff. I know several of them don't because I know many of his neighbors. So I'd like you, city attorney, to dig into that. And I will send you an email because I'd like to know the law in that area too. As a side note, I do think it's time for the council to, the other four members to, you know, just maybe should have a serious talk with Jackson because his disrespect for the public is well documented at this point. His bluster, his antics, his baseball caps, his, you know, his propaganda signs, you know, it's just a little too much. And, you know, it really is quite the talk of the town. Now, there's certain people that he associates with that might think that's nice. But I think maybe it's time for the city council. I know a censure is not really worth anything, but somebody should have a really serious talk with him because he has really turned into be an embarrassment. So that's all I have to say. Oh, one more thing. Yeah, thanks, Mike Totoy. Good to see you here. You had a little hissy fit last time and left, but I'm glad to see you've calmed down and come back. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone else?
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will recess to closed session at 5:09. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Can we please take our seats? Is this thing on? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Would you like to sit down here? You can do the rest of the meeting if you like. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to open this May 27th meeting of a regular city meeting of the City Council at 6:19. Mr. Keegan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois,
Here.
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Here.
Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a closed session report for us, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session to discuss the items described on the agenda, and no action was taken in the closed session that needs to be reported under the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now for some announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements to make? No? Okay, I have some here. First of all, regarding Fiesta Hermosa, I want to thank you very much to the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce for hosting another wonderful Fiesta Hermosa this weekend. I hope everyone was able to come out and everyone enjoyed the festivities. Also, I want to let everyone know that it's Community Emergency Response Team Training, CERT training. A reminder that the city will offer Community Emergency Response Team training on Wednesday, June 21st, and Thursday, June 22nd, in a convenient hybrid format. This 20-hour FEMA course trains local volunteers to safely and effectively protect and assist themselves, their families, and their neighbors in the event of a disaster. Residents can complete the lecture portion online with in-person sessions focused on hands-on emergency response skills. To learn more, please visit the emergency preparedness section of the city's website under HB CERT, that's HBCERT, and or email at oem@hermosabeach.gov to register for the training. I have to say that about a week ago, I attended the Police and Fire Medal of Valor Awards, where the very finest of our policemen and firemen get an honorable Medal of Valor Award for saving lives in the line of duty. And the first and foremost thing that most of these people did to save lives was first aid. Stop bleeding, give compressions, give breathing to bring somebody back to life. That is so important to save a life. And it could be a minute, 2 minutes could make the difference in someone living or dying. So this training is really, really important. And I would urge everyone that please, if you can, take the training. It's a very good thing to have. Good to have under your belt. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
I have a motion, a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we hear item 17A after the consent calendar.
Item 17A,
I will second
after the
that.
consent calendar. Well, we have, yeah, I think I'd like to leave it in the order it is now. Is there anyone else that seems to think that's,
I'll second that motion,
Necessary
Mr.
to-
Mayor.
Call a question.
all right, move in a section, move in a second. All in favor? Oh, can you call the roll call, please?
No.
Madam City Clerk?
The vote is now open. Councilmember Keegan, are you able to cast your vote?
I did.
Mine's not working.
I'll do roll
I don't
call.
think mine went through correctly either.
Councilmember Francois,
No.
Mayor Seaman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, so motion to approve the agenda. We have a first and a second.
Yep.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so proclamations and presentations. Today we're going to be recognizing the American Youth Soccer Organization, the Western State Champions. Is there anybody here for that today at all? Okay, that'll be great. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the presentation, please?
Yes, item 11A, recognizing American Youth Soccer Organization Western State Champions.
Thank you. Is Krista Skinner here, please? Could you come up to the podium?
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to attend this evening to celebrate 6 amazing teams. I'm Krista Skinner, and I'm the Regional Commissioner for AYSO Region 18, serving Hermosa and Manhattan Beach. As you may know, AYSO is an all-volunteer organization, and our region provides a fun, fair, and safe place for over 3,000 players to play soccer every year. Our region is consistently one of the 2 largest AYSO regions in the United States. We appreciate the partnership we have with the Parks and Recreation Department in Hermosa Beach and our contact, Nick Shattuck, that allows us to offer a recreational soccer program accessible to everyone that wants to play the beautiful game. We are looking forward to strengthening that relationship in the coming years to continue to improve the fields and facilities that allow our players to play throughout the city. Although we don't measure the success of our program in championships, we are extraordinarily proud to present the 6 teams before you who have each won the AYSO Western States Championship in their respective divisions, which is both a region and tournament record. We had to buy a bigger banner this year to put up at Marine and Village to list all of the teams. The Western States Championship consists of teams from 235 regions in sections from Washington, Oregon, California, and Nevada, containing a total of over 200,000 players. These 6 teams represented our region across league and all-star play. The 12U Girls League team, the Lunatics, I won't do that every time, but we'll get through. Began playing together last September, winning our local Beach Cup Championship, the Area 1D Tournament of Champions, placing second in the Section 1 Championship, and finally winning Western States. It's truly an achievement for our league teams to progress to Western States. The 14U Girls League team Blue Fire also began playing together. Also began playing together last September, winning the Beach Cup, the Area 1D Tournament Champion, the Section 1 Championship, and Western States. One of their team members cannot be here tonight, but I believe is watching the live stream. Phoebe, who is also the head coach's daughter, was diagnosed with a brain tumor and was hospitalized prior to Western States. After successful surgery, she is currently recovering, and I was truly amazed by the composure of her team as they came together to win in her honor. Our first all-star team, you guys can say hey, Phoebe. Our first all-star team, 12U Girls Venom, was formed after the end of the fall season, and their journey included winning the Area 1D All-Star Tournament, placing second in the Section 1 Championship, and winning the Western States Championship, beating South LA, a longtime region rival. Our second all-star team, 12U Boys the Mambas, had a similar journey but a clean sweep, winning the Area 1D All-Star Tournament, Section 1 Championship, and the Western States Championship. Our third all-star team, 14U Girls MB Black, faced their toughest competitors in our other 14U Girls All-Star team, tying them at home but still winning the Area 1D All-Star Tournament, facing them again in the finals of the Section 1 Championship that went to penalty kicks to move on, and then finished strong by winning the Western States Championship. And last but certainly not least, 14U Boys KSA were undefeated in their run, winning the Area 1D All-Star Tournament, Section 1 Championship, and the Western States Championship. Many of the players on that team, along with several of the others, are repeat winners from previous years that had so much fun they kept coming back. Thank you for recognizing their hard work and dedication this evening, and thank you for the city's support of the fields and facilities that we're lucky enough to have access to support this recreational program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Krista, but before you disappear, don't go away. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much and take a moment to recognize you for your incredible dedication and service as Regional Commissioner for AYSO, Region 18. I appreciate it very much. The city appreciates it very much, too. Thank you very much.
you.
And we have something for you. Once again, don't go away. I'm going to need you to help me run the rest of the meeting, Krista.
We got these. We think you might need them later.
Yes, thank you.
This is for mental health.
So, Krista, here is a plaque for you from the city of
Like how I bounced off.
someday when the
Couldn't get it off the
you
water.
can, you can go take a little surfing.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much. Oh, Krista, can we have a photo op? You guys, would you like to all come down for a photo op, please?
It's true.
Thank you very much. All right, so information next, right? Nope. Oh, we go to these, okay. All right, so we have some certificates of recognition here for some soccer players. So I will say that now, therefore, I, Rob Seaman, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, proudly and our proud community, do hereby recognize the 12 and under girls league team, the Lunatics. Where are you, Lunatics? There they are. Thank you for winning the AYSO Western States League Championship on Saturday, March 15th in Corona, California. And that team consists of, pardon me if I don't get the names correct, I'll do my best, Maya Karim. And want to come up when I call your name, please? Maya Karim, Alexis Lemieux, Ava Leduque, Ella Melendez, Skylar Osuna, Lucy Reichel, Mia Rochelle, Skylar Reese, Marlo Talbot, Willow Young, and assistant coach Ron Melendez, and assistant coach Adam Reese, and head coach Chris Talbot. Come on up here. Thank you very much, sir. Come on, jump in here. Let's get a picture. Everybody together.
You said friends, but you got teams. I mean, look, I'm confused. I'm really confused.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, ladies. All right. And now for the 12 and under, 12 and under girls all-star team, Venom. Where's the Venom? Let's bring the Venom, all right? You ready, girls? We have Talar Adishian, Candice Christensen, Charlotte Gillian, Ellie Hilu, Elora Couture, Madison Kratz, Skylar Ladar, Mia McCoy, Elise Myers, Peyton Myers, Marlo Talbot, Justin Time Wolfgram, assistant coach Jim Couture, and head coach Chris Talbot. Thank you all. Thank you all.
All right, ladies, squeeze in, squeeze.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much. And now for the 12 and under boys all-star team, the Mambas. Where are you guys? Okay, as I call your name, please. Kai Belay. Beg your pardon? Kai? He's not here. Oh, okay. And I thought I messed up his name. Noah Dax, Connor Deary, Connor DeFalco, Levi Iyer, Andrew Fox. Well, that's okay. We're going to call her name anyway. George LaBella, Sammy Lasco.
Not here.
Not here. Jack Mosier. Not here?
Here.
Here, okay. Lucas Pasula, Fidel Sanchez, Bo Venning, assistant coach James DeFalco, and head coach James Mosier. Thank you all for displaying the dedication and teamwork necessary to become champions. Congratulations.
Let me know if you still want to interview me tomorrow.
Thank you very much. And now, the 14 and under Girls League Team Blue Fire. Where's the Blue Fire? Okay, so here we go. Brindley Andrews, Matilda Buchanan, Bella Feldman, Lennon Fortman, Stella Freeland, Sienna Cadera, Shane Massey, Makila Reese, Charlize Rico, Eloise Rumminger, Rose Walsh, Audrey West, Phoebe Wubin, assistant coach Colin West, and head coach Patrick Rubin. Thank you all. Those are the Blue Fire. Thank you very much, Blue Fire. And now we have. All right, and now the 14 and under girls all-star team, MB Black. Get ready. Here we go. Quincy Andrea, Simon Dozier, Miri Flossier, Axie Herbert, Emily Keene, Darcy Larcombe, Candace Lee, Madison Loader, Ellie Mathis, Kira McCracken, Gianna Sawalich, Ava Shea, Lauren Tran, Charlotte Young, assistant coach Blair Herbert, and head coach Matthew O'Neill. Thank you very much. Okay. And now, last but certainly not least, we have the 14 and under boys all-star team, KSA. Where are you guys at? Where's KSA? Oh, you're way in the back there. Okay. All right, here we go. Would you come up when I call you, please? I have Brandon Balick, Jackson Belay, Tyler Buxton, Colton Contrell, Gage Harris, Brady Cook, Lucas Cranes, Marco Olson, Blake Paddock, Silas Rizkala, Tyler Skotsky, Jackson Van, Valentino Vizia, Owen Weirhan, and assistant coach Andrew Weirhan, and head coach Tim Harris. Thank you all. And now we're going to try something even harder than winning a championship. We're going to try and get a group picture with all of you at once. So line up and by teams right here. Let's try and get everybody in here. You gentlemen too in the back, come on. Yeah. All right, are we ready? We got everybody in here? All right. Here we go.
Everybody, eyes on my camera.
All right. All right. Let's go one more time. Everybody ready? Are we going to take one more? Let's take one more. All right. Everybody, let's, on three, we're going to say AYSO, okay? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, AYSO. All right, thank you. Yeah. Ow. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Great effort. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. A couple more names. I bet. So should I stay up here? Go back there and read this.
You might as well stay here.
You could be in the wrong.
I didn't realize we had one more thing to do.
Oh, yeah, one more presentation.
I got my button on now. I remember I went to his office and opened the microphone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are going to move on with our proclamations today. And Madam City Clerk, would you announce 11B, please?
11B, recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you. Could I have, please, Vanessa Poster, Ambassador Dency Nelson, Youth Representatives Aurelia Steinberg and Kennedy Haste to come up to the microphone. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't mangle your name too badly. Did okay? Good, thank you. Appreciate you here. And you have a presentation for us?
Just a quick announcement. This is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm introducing Kennedy Hasty, who is going to talk a little bit about her role at Alcove.
Hi, my name is Kennedy. I live in Hermosa Beach and I go to school at Redondo Union High School. Right now, I'm on Beach City's Youth Advisory Council and Alcove's Youth Advisory Group, so I'm here to talk a little bit about what Alcove is. So Alcove is free mental health resources for anyone ages 12 to 25, and basically they can come in and get those services from professionals where they can sit down and actually have like counseling or therapy with a professional provider. Or there's also things such as different activities and workshops that students and youth can come to. I ran a workshop a few weeks ago about big emotions and how to regulate them, and we did journal decorating and made slime. But it's also just a safe space to go after school where you can study. They have really yummy snacks. You can make coffee, and it's just a really good way to be involved in our community.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you have to take any special training to do those sessions that you were talking about?
No, so those ones, so for Youth Advisory Council, it's an online application that opens in September, and they take around 60 members, but Youth Advisory Group takes only, I think there's 27 this year, and it's an in-person interview after an online application. But they also do like teen mental health training, which I did last year, so now I'm like a certified peer trainer for the next 3 years.
Oh, so you did have some training. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Of course,
it.
thank you.
They all get trained in the mental health first aid, which is a training that we have available for the community as well. I've done it, and we do it regularly and encourage everybody to do that. And then I'd also like to introduce Ariel, who's going to talk about her role on the Youth Advisory Council.
Hi, my name is Ariel Steinberg. I'm on the Youth Advisory Council, and I'm a school representative for Redondo Union High School. I'm a sophomore. And basically, as a school representative, it's my job to be sort of a liaison between the Youth Advisory Council and my school. So I speak at school assemblies talking about drug use, especially fentanyl and vaping. And in order to do my job, I had to interview, and I also, like Kennedy, do lead workshops at Alcove. I just recently led this workshop called Social Connections, which taught people how to make connections with each other, basically making friends and networking and just forming meaningful relationships and like developing their communication skills. And as a youth leader, I'm basically representing my school, but also representing Alcove and just helping them communicate with each other so that we can do the best that we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you'll be happy to know Dempsey is not speaking. He's here to support us.
Oh.
So the Health District, in partnership with all of the cities of Redondo, Manhattan, Hermosa, and the school districts, recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Along with physical health, mental health is one of our health priorities. According to the previous Surgeon General of the United States, loneliness is an urgent public health concern. And so our focus this year is on connection, and you've heard some ideas about how to make connection. And just kids being in youth sports makes connections for the parents, makes connections for the kids. That's mental health. That's supporting and developing mental health for these young people. And the Health District is there to help people. I want to thank the council for recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month and make sure that you know that the Health District is here to help people, particularly youth with Alcove and all of our other programs. You can get more information at bchd.org or give us a call at 310-374-3426, 310-374-3426. We are a health resource in this community, and your mental health is important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you sit down, though, I have something for you.
Oh, thank you. And I have something for you.
This is a proclamation for you for the Beach City Health District. I'll hand this to you, and then I'll read it for you. Whereas mental health is an essential part of overall health and well-being, and addressing the mental health needs of our children, youth, adults, seniors, and families is fundamental to having a healthy community. And whereas mental health challenges can affect anyone and can develop at any time. 2 in 5 adults report anxiety and depression. 2 in 5 teens describe experiencing persistent sadness and hopelessness. Exasperated by social media, bullying, and gun violence, loneliness has also become an urgent public health concern. Whereas if you are facing a crisis, dial 988. to reach the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline or visit www.findsupport.gov. If someone you know is going through a tough time, reach out. Tell them you're there for them. We are all in this together. So now, therefore, I, Rob Seaman, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, do hereby recognize May 2025 as National Mental Health Awareness Month. I urge all citizens of Hermosa Beach to join in the activities hosted by the Beach City's Health District for mental health awareness and offer support to people living with mental health challenges, letting them know that you are not alone, that hope exists, and that the possibility of healing and thriving is real. Remember to be kind to your mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there's
So this is ours and
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Okay. Well, I guess we can all go home now. That's it, right? Oh, no, there's a few things more to go. Just joking. Yes. Next, we will have the city manager's report. Joe, can you have a report for us?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Next slide, please. Just a couple quick updates. First, I'd like to welcome new staff. It's my pleasure this evening to officially welcome 2 new members to the Hermosa Beach team. First is Dee Dee Tran, who now serves as Assistant Planner in Community Development Department. Dee Dee joined the team on April 8th. Dee Dee, thank you for joining us tonight, and we're thrilled to have you on the Hermosa Beach team. Dee Dee, if you're in the audience, if you want to raise your hand in the back. Thank you. Next, I'm pleased to announce our management analyst in the Public Works Department, Michael Delamico. Michael joined us on our team on May 19th and is already helping tackle our CIPs, city CIPs and infrastructure needs. Please join me in welcoming Michael. He wasn't able to join here tonight, but thank you for joining us this evening. Moving on next to commission vacancies, the city clerk's office is still accepting applications for 3 members to serve on the Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission, with terms expiring June 30th, 2029. The filing deadline for that is 6 p.m. on Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. For more information, please reach out to the city clerk at cityclerk@hermosabeach.gov. And with that, next is the police department update, and I would like to hand things over to Chief Phillips.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Seaman and council members. So hope everyone enjoyed the Memorial Day weekend, and as we all know, Memorial Day is the unofficial kickoff to summer, so just a quick update on some of the activities the police department's working on. We often talk about our deployments and our operations are focused on data and strategies that we're using to reduce crime in the city. And data typically shows us that things that do increase in the summer months is thefts, and bike thefts in particular in the beach cities. So we're going to talk about a little bit of the bike theft operations that we've done in previous years, which we stopped, and I'll explain why, which we're now restarting. So about 2 years ago, we started a bike theft operation in the city to target the thieves around all of the beach cities, and made dozens of arrests and had multiple filings. And it was so effective that bike thefts in our city dropped to virtually nothing. So we stopped doing it because there was no more bike theft occurring in the beach cities. Well, here we are about 1.5 years, 2 years later, and we're seeing the data that's showing that it's returning. So a couple of highlights. Going back to May 1st of this year, we had a bike stolen from the 1200 block of Hermosa Avenue. A suspect was located and arrested by our patrol officers. That suspect had prior arrests, including 5 felony arrests and 3 for firearms violations, including loaded firearm, carrying a short-barreled rifle, other prior arrests for grand theft, possession of burglary tools, and that particular arrest is with the district attorney's office with charges pending. And these are all felony arrests, by the way. 3 days later, on May 4th, another suspect was arrested for stealing a bike from the 1200 block of the Strand. This subject had 7 prior felony arrests, 7 prior misdemeanor arrests. Of those, convicted for 2 felony arrests, 7 misdemeanors, including burglary, drug possession for sales, receiving stolen property, and possession of a dangerous weapon, a stun gun. Charges were filed on that suspect. A few days later, May 7th of this year, a bike was stolen from the 1200 block of Hermosa Avenue. This suspect had numerous prior convictions ranging from burglary, robbery, a stolen vehicle, shoplifting, and shoplifting with priors. So that's part of Prop 36, which was voted by California voters late last year, which went into effect in December of 24. That turns a petty theft into a felony if they have prior convictions, and that was Prop 36. And those charges from Hermosa Beach were filed as well. And most recently, May 17th, we had a bike stolen from the 1300 block of Hermosa Avenue. In this case, there were 3 suspects detained, 2 adults, 1 juvenile in a vehicle. The juvenile had nothing to do with it. He was just a passenger in the vehicle. But the driver and the accomplice had 6 felony convictions consisting of stolen vehicle, felony evading, identity theft, and grand theft. The driver also had numerous misdemeanor convictions, including domestic violence, DUI, narcotics, etc. Again, the district attorney filed felony theft charges on those, but also with Prop 36, filed conspiracy to commit theft, which is another enhancement. So why do we talk about these? So the police department, one of our foundations is Sir Robert Peel's 9 Principles of Policing. And one of those Peelian principles is effective policing isn't just citations and arrest. Effective policing is the absence of crime. So in these 4 arrests alone, we have people who have serious prior convictions for misdemeanors and felonies. And it is no doubt that these subjects, if it weren't for the interaction by our patrol officers, our crime impact team, and our detectives, they were out to victimize our community and our residents of Hermosa Beach. Through these efforts, those suspects have been arrested and now are facing felony charges for these crimes, and they will not be committing more crime in Hermosa Beach, at least not in the immediate future. These operations will continue, and this is just one example of the continued work that we're doing to reduce crime in the city of Hermosa Beach. I'll pause or I'll change gears, but if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer that at the end. Changing gears, just want to share with the council and the community our next What the Fuzz event will be this Thursday, May 29th at noon at Paisanos on Hermosa Avenue. This one is called Pizza and Patrol, so we invite council members and the community to come out and join us for a slice of pizza, and we'll be happy to talk about any of these things that I just mentioned this evening. With that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the police department update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief from anyone?
I have a real pressing one, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
How many calls of service did you get for that sonic boom the other night? That scared me.
It woke me up. I did not look at that, but I'm sure we received numerous.
Thank you.
It was definitely pretty loud. My wife thought somebody hit the house with a car. Any other questions of Chief?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your report. Appreciate it. That brings us to item 14 on our agenda, the city council member comments.
Mayor, I believe we still have public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, public comments, that's correct. Do we have any public comment cards in person only?
Yes, we received several, and time is limited to 2 minutes per speaker, and the first speaker is Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here to give some announcements about upcoming library programs. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., we will have Megan Makes Bubbles, one of our ever-popular bubble shows, so please come out for some STEAM fun. Saturday at 10:30 a.m., we will be having our monthly toddler art time. And then next week, Monday, June 2nd, our summer discovery program will start. and that will be available for all ages 0 to 120. Everyone can participate, read books, do activities, and win great prizes. And as part of kicking that off, on Wednesday, June 4th at 3 p.m., we will be having teen pom-pom launchers. And then on Saturday, June 7th, from 11 to 1 for all ages, we will be having the fused glass treasure box. So you'll be able to design your own fused glass treasure box, and it will be taken away for firing and return. You'll be able to pick it up at the library in about 2 weeks. So everyone is welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Massey.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, Justin Massey, Hermosa Beach. Managing the office of the city manager is among your most important responsibilities. Your recent performance in that role has been described by the community in a variety of ways that you've heard from over the last several weeks. What we know so far is troubling. The candidate that you proposed to hire as interim city manager was contacted by a council member or their surrogates months before the off-cycle performance evaluation that 3 of you supported. You conducted that off-cycle performance evaluation over the objections of 2 of your colleagues, former council members who collectively served with 4 city managers, virtually the entire city staff, and a cross-section of the business, education, and spiritual community in our city. You short-circuited the management of the office of the city manager with an off-cycle performance evaluation that led to the resignation of the city manager. And now, we're going to be paying 2 city managers for 6 months because you intended that process to fire the city manager without cause. You now propose to short-circuit the process of hiring an interim city manager by making the hire without issuing a call for applications or conducting interviews, to the extent the community knows. Some of your constituents have filled the void created by the absence of your comments about how we got here, your silence on the topics that I just recited for you, by linking their grievances against Suja to parental rights, sanctuary city, DEI, woke policies, and the well-worn cultural shift dog whistle. The community needs to hear from you, Councilmember Keegan, Councilmember Francois, and Mayor Seaman, about why you requested or supported the off-cycle performance evaluation that led us where we are today, why you support hiring an interim city manager without going through a process that dignifies the office of the city manager, which is among your most important responsibilities. And we expect that candidate and you to be forthcoming about when the interim city manager candidate was contacted, what was discussed, and by whom, either by you or on your behalf. Those explanations should come during council member comments following this public comment period. And when it's appropriate on the agenda, I would also like you to vote to lift any confidentiality protections for the closed session minutes for your performance evaluation of Suja and your consideration of how to hire the interim city manager candidate. The public interest is best served by the public understanding the judgment you have exercised in our names. There is no reason to withhold that information from the public, certainly for those of you who have touted the importance of transparency. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Trent Larson.
Thank you, Justin. I agree with everything you just said. You know, not agreeing with somebody politically does not make them trust me. In fact, I can trust people who I can have an honest conversation with. Justin's one of them. But what's been done here by the 3 council members, Seaman, Francois, and Keegan, has deeply damaged my trust in your leadership, especially you, Mayor Seaman, to let go on what happened to your employee, Suja Lowenthal, who by all accounts was doing a fantastic job, except for all of a sudden she wasn't. That was an embarrassment. You should have not allowed that. And, other things that come to mind are just, it's the most important thing is for us to trust and believe in our government. And to do that, you have to have open and honest discussion. And I'll pop off some things here. One of you came to my doorstep and told me in person that sometimes you just need to say things to get elected. And I'm the wrong person to say that to because I think that is a problem with our democracy. Because you can't believe or trust in anybody anymore what they say. And so it's really embarrassing. It's discouraging. We've lost a lot. You obviously had a new candidate in mind. You obviously colluded with that in mind and came up with all the reasons to throw shade on city manager, which you're not supposed to do, and you know it. So now we're in trouble again. Because of what? What? Please explain to us why you would take Suja and throw her under the bus. When she was doing, let's say she was doing a B+. You don't throw your employee under the bus with no one in mind except you had somebody in mind. You had somebody in mind. And you threw her under the bus, and it smells really, really bad. And I can't trust you. I cannot trust you because you'll say whatever you need to get elected. Isn't that right? Yeah.
A reminder that if you speak on an item listed on the agenda, you will not be able to speak on that item when that item is heard. And next we have Michelle Hampton.
Good evening, and looking forward to another fun summer here in Hermosa Beach. I just wanted to address the citywide garage sale that happened on April 19th. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I've taken part in it the last couple years. This year, unfortunately, didn't seem to work out because it fell on Easter weekend, and a lot of people were gone on break from school. I did not really sell anything. I've been pretty successful the past couple years. I just wanted to ask that, like I said, I think it's an incredible opportunity for people to purge things in their home, that we look at the calendar and the next time that we plan these citywide garage sales, that we definitely try to look and make sure that it doesn't fall on a holiday weekend or maybe a time where we know that families are going away on spring breaks. So that's one point that I have. And then one other thing I'd like to address, and I brought up before, is that Monterey is just a super highway. I mean, the speed limit along there is 25 miles an hour. And I've lived on Monterey for a very long time, and it's very frustrating that the speed in which people travel, not just on Monterey, but even down Pier Avenue. I don't think people even know that Pier Avenue is 20 miles an hour. But if there's any way that I don't think we can put signs up, like a speed limit sign, but if we could paint something on the road that says 25 miles an hour, like certain places along the stretch of Monterey, I think that might help alleviate some speeding. But it just seems to be an issue, and I know that I've talked to the police department before about this, and it's like challenging to get, maybe some help along there because of monitoring the speed. But I just wanted to see if we could do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Elka Warner.
Brought a little prop with me. Make sure this goes down. So I know it's been a stressful couple of weeks for you, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate all the work you're doing. Public service is never easy, and tonight I wanted to share something simple, a little gesture from old Hermosa. I grew up here in the 70s when these smiley faces were everywhere. Buttons, t-shirts, bumper stickers. You couldn't go a block without seeing one of them glaring back at you. So when I saw these balloons the other day, I thought of you, and I mean that in the kindest way. I also did a little digging and found out that the original smiley face was designed by a graphic artist in the 1960s. He was hired by an insurance company to go through a tough merger. He was supposed to boost morale at the company, make people smile, especially when they picked up the phone. Apparently, it worked. He drew the design in about 10 minutes and was paid $45. Now, many, many years later, the smiley face has made a comeback. I brought each of you a balloon, not as a distraction, but as a reminder that sometimes a little levity goes a long way. I know you can't put them up on the dais, but feel free to take one home. I'll leave them in the back. Thank you for all you do. Keep going, and don't forget to smile.
Next, we have Gila.
Gila.
Good evening. I think many of you know my mentor, Julian, who would spend hours thinking about what he would come and say to the city council, practice his English. He had a wonderful command of the English language, which unfortunately I don't have. But he taught me something, and that was whenever he came to the city council, he never said anything unpleasant. He knew how to tell and speak to the city council in the most wonderful way. And I'd like to do the same thing. I'd like to remind each and every one of you that when you came to the community and asked for a vote, you didn't say, I only want you to vote this way. I'm only coming to support this person, or I'm only going to come to support that process. All of you came and said, vote for me because I want to do the right thing for the city council, for the city of Hermosa Beach, this wonderful little community that is here to help each other. Unfortunately, in the past months, that has been forgotten. I would like for you to remember that, and remember as you sit up there on the dais that you are here to represent all of the city, not just one portion. There's an old saying that's about 2,500 years old that says, you know, who is the wise person? The one who learns from everyone. There is something to be learned from every member of the community, and I hope you remind yourself of that, so that when you come out and ask for us to vote for you again, you remember that we're all a member of this community. I've called some of you many times and never gotten a phone call back. That's disappointing. I remember when Julian used to come in and say, he'd go up to Tom Beckley and say, are we having any fun yet? It should be a community rather than just for one person's voice. And before I leave, I want to thank one person extraordinarily. Joe San Clemente has been extraordinary. He is the one person who has listened to us for the last 10 days, and he sent me out more than once. I cannot thank you enough. He's an extraordinary gift to the city. And I would like to remind Mr. DeToy that your Saturday mornings once a month was a wonderful invention, and I hope the City Council will renew it again. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have John.
Good evening, Mayor Seaman, members of the council, city staff, and residents. John Mesco, 3433 Hermosa Avenue. I've lived on the north border of Hermosa Beach, bordering Manhattan, for the last 20 plus years, and I've opened businesses in both towns. And I want to just describe the experience I had opening a business in Manhattan Beach. It's Manhattan Denim, a retail clothing store that's still there, about to celebrate its 20-year anniversary. When I went into the city, it's one of the most amazingly friendly experiences I've ever had. The planner actually came around to my side of the counter, felt like he was on my side. I worked with the community development director, even the city manager. It was one of the most collaborative experiences ever. And it wasn't a surprise to me that the business was successful and that I have a very positive image of Manhattan Beach and the city staff. Since then, I've opened businesses in about 10 other cities. And my experience in Hermosa Beach was by far the worst. It was awful. It was one of the most combative, frustrating, and just infuriating experiences I've ever had. And I'd like to say it was an anomaly, but I met so many other business owners that said the same thing. And for someone that, if someone were to say that our city management and leadership was doing a phenomenal job, I would encourage them to pick a business at random in Hermosa Beach and walk in and find the owner and say, how's the city staff doing? How's your relationship with the city? And what do you think? I agree with Mr. Massey that hiring, reviewing, and paying the city manager might be your most important responsibility. And I want to applaud the council members that had the courage and audacity to make this change in leadership. It's going to make all your jobs easier. Mr. Napolitano is going to reduce your workload and make you look like heroes while he's doing all the work. I think it's absolutely genius, and it is by far, I don't make big statements like this often, by far the best news I've heard in Hermosa Beach in 20 years. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards. If you,
That may be too early.
for item 17A?
Huh?
For item 17A? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I should have wrote public comment.
Yeah, that's okay.
I can't stay up that late. Am I too short? Can you hear me?
Just pull it down.
That's what I was afraid of. All right, I actually timed myself. Okay, my name is Ann Gotthofer, and I am a third-generation Hermosan. In my opinion, this resolution is cronyism without a hint of a legitimate hiring process. You have already appointed an interim city manager, Joe San Clemente, who should continue to serve while a legitimate search and interview process is undertaken. To appoint someone who apparently has not even interviewed with the full council is insulting. Is he going to be leading a search to fill the position that I'm guessing he is applying for himself? Or will you not even bother with a search and just appoint him ASAP? I don't have anything against Steve, personally. In fact, I was very moved by his remarks at the dedication of Bruce Beach. I am disappointed that he would participate in what looks like a backdoor deal that reeks of impropriety. It will be difficult to be a good city manager, which requires credibility. I am also disappointed in Councilman Francois and Mayor Seaman. I have not heard why you believe it serves the city to shortcut the hiring process, nor the reasoning for actions to leave the position vacant in the first place. Please vote no on this appointment. It is not too late to try and do things the right way going forward. Thank you.
If you submitted a speaker card for item 17A and you would like to speak, you can speak at the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to put some information out there so the community is aware, and I don't know if they all were, and I appreciate the business owner speaking. A city manager should never engage in a quid pro quo kind of situation with business owners or the community, and that's what was going on with the former city manager. The first time the sales tax measure was on the ballot, businesses had signs up in their windows basically saying no on the sales tax measure. What did the former city manager do? She walked into those businesses and explained to them why they shouldn't have those signs up. They got the message pretty quick. Don't go against what the city manager wanted. That's a form of intimidation. It's completely inappropriate. There was another business owner that she intimidated and said to him, if you want to get certain things done, you're not allowed to oppose the BID, because she wanted to get the BID passed. Things like that have been kept under the carpet. Nobody wanted to say anything. Why? Because they were afraid. So people need to stop acting like she was so amazing. I will tell you that when she came into the city, within about 6 months, the turnover was shocking. People were leaving. The employee of the year, this awesome guy who had so much institutional knowledge, he retired, but he retired because when he went to speak to her and just kind of give her some information about the city, she said to him, I don't care what you know. This guy was employee of the year and he was amazing. And that attitude was there the entire time. For people to say that there was stable turnover or stability in the city, how many planning directors did we have? How many people come and go? It was very disruptive. People underestimate, and I underestimated how hard it is to find somebody who understands our culture. And now I'm realizing it really is a problem. I mean, when I was here, we had Sergio, we had other people. They did not understand our culture. I think if you polled the community, what's most important to this community? It's maintaining our culture. And if you find somebody who can help us maintain our culture or get it back because we've lost it, I think you'd have a lot of appreciation from the community. Thank you.
Good evening. Interesting to hear from the gentleman who'd opened a business in Manhattan Beach and then his problems in Hermosa Beach, because we heard that story over and over before the election, and some of you said it's not true. It's true, and people are now finding the courage to speak up, and you'll hear more of those stories over the next couple of months, I'm sure. I find it laughable that Justin Massey is the one who wants to jump up here and talk about transparency. He led a council that ended up in a settlement of $1.3 million, the largest settlement in the city's history apart from the oil settlement, because a council member misled everybody about her involvement in the CrossFit saga, and then 3 other council members tried to cover it up for her. Go back to the mayoral rotation. It took 14 seconds for 4 people to vote Hani Fangari out of that rotation and try and overturn 40 years of history and custom. And he wants to talk about collusion. Dear God. Let's talk about Shockbox, a Mary Campbell, another one who's been proselytizing about transparency, who tried to circumvent her financial conflict, didn't file her Form 700s, and had her back covered by 3 others in collusion. In 2022, the 5-year contract, and what would have been a supermajority for removal if Michael Jenkins hadn't fluffed his lines on the night, conveniently managed by the same council in collusion. And every year a closed session followed by late night bonus hands out. Don't talk to me about transparency. And in 2024, the same Justin Massey, who hid his involvement in a PAC, hid it from everybody. We only found out in April that he was actually the treasurer and the principal of the PAC and the major funder. He filed late in November. He didn't file at all in January.
Mr. Berry.
And when I talked to Chief LeBaron, Mr. Massey had 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
I'll give you a little more
When
time.
I talked to Chief LeBaron, he says to me, yeah, we just did what Justin wanted us to do. In other words, we lobbed in $4,000 because Justin and Suja asked us to. Don't talk to me about transparency. These people have never practiced it. They've never sought it. They've actively suppressed it. And as Mr. Massey was so fond of saying to all of us, you should attach no weight to his words. They carry no merit. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, stop that. this is a meeting of our city business here. You have no business saying anything to anyone right now. If you want to speak, you can fill out a card and come up here. Please.
We're out of order.
Thank you. You are out of order. Yes, Eric, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. Thank you. And can I get clarification real quick? Do we have 2 minutes or 3 minutes for this section of the... Two. Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, staff. It's a pleasure to be with you. I appreciated Elka's comments on bringing positivity and light to a room like this. We just had a great Fiesta Hermosa. I was really pleased to see several of you out there enjoying yourselves and having fun with your families. And it's a good reminder of what we're all doing here is just trying to make our town really enjoyable to live, work, and play in. So thank you for all the work that went into making sure that this was a great event. I would like to speak on the matter of the appointment of Steve Napolitano to interim city manager. About 3 months ago, I stood before this podium and I interviewed for a seat on the Planning Commission with this council. I was asked some very difficult questions about land value recapture, how I would think about development and the right size of housing development in Hermosa Beach, and how I've coped with different leadership situations. Though I did not get that appointment, I found it to be a very instructive process for myself. I learned a lot, and ultimately the person that did get that appointment, I think, benefited from having gone through that public process. I also learned quite a bit about that gentleman's views in terms of how he would approach the Planning Commission. And I think that that's important for members of the public to know the views of people that are taking on positions of responsibilities in our city. I do not see how, for a position on a volunteer citizen committee or commission, we should have less process than the most important position in our city, the city manager. Having reviewed Steve Napolitano's qualifications and talked to several residents, I am convinced that he would perform very well in a public interview process. I believe that he very well will make a strong city manager candidate. But I think that having seen the concerns posted online, submitted in public comment, he will not be set up for success if there is an air of innuendo, accusations, whether correct or incorrect, about his candidacy and the way in which it was conducted by this council. I think it will be difficult for him to conduct his work with the trust of the community. I think that would be a shame because we need stability, we need leadership, and I think that he may in fact provide very strong leadership. So I urge you to reconsider the process and give at least the process that you would have for a citizen commission advisory group to this city manager appointment process. Thank you for your consideration.
Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone else?
We do have some speaker cards for item 17A. For item 17A, but not for public comment.
Okay, so public comment.
Anyone online?
Yeah, is there anyone online?
We do not take public comment from Zoom for general
Yeah,
public comment.
that's right. Thank you. All right, so then we will come back for City Council member comments. Ordinarily, as mayor, and when I was chair on the Planning Commission, the way I learned to do this was to, as chair or mayor, is to ask everyone to give their comments first, and I always like to go last. I think that's most important. Something I learned from Justin, by the way, sitting here for 2 years watching him. But tonight, I think it's going to be a little bit different. I'd like to go first, and then anyone who wants to chime in is more than welcome to afterward. I cannot say this often enough, and apparently no one seems to hear it. When the city manager review process came up, when it was finished, we signed an agreement, a non-disclosure agreement between the city manager and the city. That's common. It's not something surprising. Shouldn't be something secret, but that's what happened. And under that agreement, none of us are allowed to discuss what happened in closed session meeting. That's simple. And that seems to appear to you to be some sort of secret thing, but it's not. It's the law. Excuse me. You're not speaking now. Thank you. So it's quite simple for everyone to say what they want to say and what we've heard and what we think we know and so on and so forth. We're not allowed to answer that. because it's against the law. Yeah, thank you. So I'll say that first. Number two, everyone here this evening, not everyone, but most of you, including Eric, you just said it yourself, that this is not due process to pick a city manager. And you're absolutely right, because we haven't picked a city manager. We have decided to have someone become the interim city manager. And I think we're very lucky, as some people have said here this evening, I think we're very lucky, very fortunate to have a person so qualified and even willing to take this job, and he's available now. It is my opinion, and apparently the opinion of the majority of City Council, that what we need is an interim city manager immediately, because we have a lot of very hard work to do ahead of us, and it's immediate. We have the budget coming up. We have a builder's remedy hovering over our heads. We have so many important things that we need to be doing in the city. Now, I want to say, number one, first of all, Joe, you have been doing a wonderful job. You've been a great public works director. You still are. Well, didn't mean to say you have been. You've been a great public works director, and you've been a very good city manager, and I appreciate that. Joe San Clemente is a stand-up guy, because when it came down to who can fill in here, who can take this job, who wants to take this job, he stood up and said, yes, I'll do it. And I commend him for that. But I also have to say that he's got a full plate. At our last meeting, when we were doing the CIP discussion, he spent over an hour here explaining to us how busy the Public Works Department is, that they're understaffed. But they're doing a magnificent job. I think our completion rate for CIPs is off the charts for us, for this city. In recent years, we've never completed so many jobs on time and under budget. And that's a true feat, and I give Joe credit for that. But he can't do that kind of a quality job at Public Works and still be city manager, interim city manager. I think that it's time that we had an interim city manager that can take that load off of Joe so he can continue concentrating on his job that he does very well. And then the idea that we can have someone who miraculously pops up here, I think that's really a plus for us. So let me say this too. There was no vetting, there was no interview, there was no process whatsoever for Leo Zalian when he was appointed by Suja to be interim city manager.
Mayor and Council, I'm sorry to interrupt. The city council member comments is not supposed to delve into agenda items later, because you're supposed to take public comment on an agenda item before you deliberate. Or
I appreciate I'm not deliberating.
Or
I'm
comment
answering the
at
comments that are here.
Understood, but let's keep the comments brief for it to fit within.
I'm almost done, thank you. There was no interview and no vetting for Leo Zalian when he was appointed by Suja. There was no interviews or vetting for Joe San Clemente when he was appointed. I think that was the right thing to do when we did it. Now I think this is the right thing to do. And I want to emphasize one more time that Steve Napolitano, if he becomes our interim city manager, he is an interim city manager. That's all. Holds the post, does the job now. That's what we need. Afterward, there's already a subcommittee ready to go that's going to start working on finding a city manager, permanent city manager. And that will be fully vetted and fully publicized. And that's all I have to say for that. Is there anyone else that has any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to make it brief. I'm simply wondering if the city attorney could confirm these statements so the public's aware of this, that even despite the city manager can be quoted in newspapers, we cannot make public statements whether that information is true or not. We're limited in what we can say, and we can't even say that. And I was just hoping that maybe we could get a little confirmation from the city attorney that that is the case, that it's not just the mayor saying this, but this is the legal advice we're getting from the city attorney. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, is this about item 17A?
No. Not at all.
Any other comments? All right.
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I just want to thank the mayor for elaborating on the details of our deliberations, so thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I was going to table this, but since you're already ripped the Band-Aid off of the item, I think given the unusual and very public nature of recent events, with no clear evidence of performance issues, I think it's important, as we know, to acknowledge the level of public concern and the impact that this has had on our city's reputation moving forward. And as our city attorney said 2 weeks ago, the confidentiality of a closed session can be waived. So in the interest of transparency, I move that this council authorize the city attorney to provide a report from the April and May closed sessions and subsequent discussions, including any votes or any direction that was given by this council. This issue is simply too important. The former city manager, our staff, and the community deserve full transparency and a clear explanation.
Is there a motion on the floor? Is there a second?
Second.
I think the motion's out of order, Mr. Mayor. This is not the part of our agenda where motions are made like that, so I would like a point of order that this motion is out of order.
It is out of order.
Mr. City Attorney, is that correct? Just motion out of order?
I don't know.
Oh, that's an honest answer.
I'm not aware of a basis for it being out of order, but I can't bring it.
Motions are, according to Robert's rules, motions are only made when it's related to an agenda item, and this is not on our agenda.
We are on city council member comments at this
That's right,
moment.
but motions are not made during city council comments, so.
Motions can be made.
I'd like the mayor to make a ruling on it. Do you believe it's out of order or not?
I believe there's a place for this later on when we get to 17A. You can
Mr.
do it.
Mayor, if I could?
Yes.
I had planned on tabling it till 17A, but in light of your lengthy comment regarding the issue, I think it's appropriate and ripe now while we've got the folks in the audience who are curious to know. So
Well, I appreciate that, but what I was not making any motions. I was commenting, which is what we're supposed to be doing now, commenting on what those folks in the public had to say. So I think that was in order. I think this is not in order. But if you want to make that motion in second.
Well,
I
he's
think you
going to
can
make a
it at
motion to
17A.
overrule the mayor is what he wants to do now.
Mayor
Sounds
and
like,
council,
so.
may I ask, during council member comments, at times you request that something be placed on a future agenda, do you not?
Correct.
No.
And you take a motion and a second for a future agenda item.
At the end.
I believe that's the case.
Usually at the end, actually.
At the end of
That would be-
council member comments.
Yeah, no, at the last item on our agenda.
Last item
is
on the
future
agenda is future agenda items.
But the council member has a right to make a motion to rule the mayor out of order, and we can vote on that.
Or just to suspend the rules if that's what's required.
Either way, council
Well,
members
if
can
it's up
have
to me to
rule.
make a ruling, I'm going to say it's out of order now. You can make that when we get to 17A.
So ordered.
Is that fair? So ordered. Let's move on to updates from city council ad hoc subcommittees and standing committee delegates and alternates. Are there any standing committee updates?
I just have one comment. I volunteered at the fiesta this past weekend, all 3 days, so it was a joy to be out there with the public and working for a good cause for the fiesta. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on then to item 15 on the agenda, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion, a second?
Second.
And seconded. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Let's open item 16 on the agenda, public hearings. 16A, a request for a zoning text amendment pertaining to the regulation of temporary uses and events on private property, amending Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. Our city planning manager, Alexis Oropeza, do you have a report for us?
Good evening, Mayor Seaman, members of the council. Yes, I have a presentation for you this evening. Bring this presentation up in just a minute. So this item is a zone text amendment to address temporary uses and temporary event regulations within the city. Next slide. And the recommendation this evening is to conduct a public hearing, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA, and to adopt an ordinance approving a zone text amendment, amending Title 17 to address temporary uses and temporary events. Next slide. But as way of background, last year in October, City Council directed staff to undertake a zone text amendment to address temporary special event regulations. Following that, in December, the Planning Commission held a study session on temporary uses and events and provided some direction, directing staff to allow for modification of event dates, addressing the quantity of temporary minor special event permits, and exempting ancillary uses, and to allow for appropriate flexibility with parking. Later in February of this year, zone text amendment was heard at a public hearing, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. That recommendation came to City Council in April, and which time the City Council considered the matter and provided staff with additional direction to amend the zone text amendment. So that leads us to today, where we're back with a first reading with those modifications. Next slide. And so those modifications really are structured just as way of overview. I'll give you a high-level overview of the overall zone text amendments, along with a highlighting of the specific changes that were made at the last City Council meeting. So the overarching change was to consolidate multiple sections of temporary use and event regulations into one single section that would be more easily navigated by the public and staff. Along with those changes, temporary uses and events, there's a series of them for each category. Temporary uses and temporary events specifically are permitted under the administrative use permits in Chapter 17.55 of the Hermosa Beach regulations, and temporary events and uses are allowed on a short-term basis, as they are not required to comply with all development standards of the underlying zone, as is intended for more permanent uses. The various types of temporary uses and temporary events are currently located, as I mentioned, in five subsections. And those subsections have been consolidated. Temporary uses themselves provide an allowance for short-term uses that are generally designed to support the redevelopment of property and require approval to ensure use permits are limited in duration. If I can just go back for a moment, temporary uses, City Council did amend the allowance for temporary residences. That was originally intended to allow for a temporary mobile home or other temporary residence when a single-family home was proposed on a site, and the proposed revision, or the amendment made by City Council rather, was to allow this in conjunction with multiple family residential units as well. And then on the side of temporary event permits, I want to briefly just mention the amendment that was made to seasonal sale lots. The seasonal sale lots amendment was to reduce the number of events or rather seasonal sales to a maximum of one seasonal sale lot a year from 4 that was previously permitted. And then in the subsequent slides, I'll kind of break down the changes and provide an overview of the limited event and the temporary minor special event permit. So then, limited events are really geared towards showcasing the art or goods produced by a business located on site. The events are indoors only and may incorporate amplified sound and alcohol with an ABC license. In contrast to limited events is the temporary minor special events, which are broader in nature and allow uses that are beyond the scope of the zone or the business on site. And so assembly events, dances, fairs, festivals, car shows conceivably could be permitted under this temporary minor special event permit. One of the amendments that was made at the last city council was to introduce, let me back up. All of these events may be either indoors or outdoors, with the exception of the M1 zone. And this exception for the M1 zone was introduced as an amendment in the last city council hearing. The M1 event exception now requires an event to be held both indoors and outdoors, with the indoor portion not being less than 50% of the outdoor area of the event. Similar to limited events, the temporary minor special events may also incorporate amplified sound and alcohol with an ABC license. In terms of the permit durations, there were amendments to the number of days for both the limited events and the temporary minor special event permits. 72 days is the maximum for either of those permit types, with a maximum of 6 events per month for the M1 zone and 20 events annually for the temporary minor special event permit. In addition, the parking standards were previously adjusted to be more flexible. In the M1 zone, no additional parking is required as the uses are indoor, and within the temporary minor special event permit, flexibility is provided for no additional parking when there's 5 or fewer spaces displaced, and then when there are 6 or more parking spaces in a parking lot and you are displacing 5, there is an obligation to provide a plan for accommodating parking. And then finally, there is a provision that may allow additional parking to be required based on the anticipated demand of that particular event. Along with the amendments, as mentioned previously, there is modifications to the procedures and processes that allow for modifications of dates for inclement weather or the addition of dates. And then there are provisions for allowing restrictions on non-holiday dates in order to preserve public safety. And then finally, there are a range of operating standards that are placed on all temporary events. The provisions relating to lighting were modified to eliminate a restriction on moving lights, but did maintain a restriction on strobe and beacon lights. The proposed project is, that concludes kind of the overview of the zone text amendment as well as the highlights of the changes made by City Council at the last hearing. The zone text amendment was evaluated for in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is found to be exempt as a common sense exemption, and there's no special exceptions or circumstances that exist. And with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission, or excuse me, City Council determine that the project is exempt and adopt an ordinance approving the zone text amendment. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions of staff? Anyone want to go first?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So this is back as a new public hearing, and we were making changes in second reading, but it was brought back to us as a new public hearing. Is that, as I understand it, because the changes we made in a second reading were so substantial that it was thought that it wasn't covered by the agenda item, and that's why we're back here with a new public hearing? Is that fair to say, or?
The last time this was brought was a first reading, so those changes needed to come back as another first reading.
Well, we had this as a second reading, and we made changes to it.
No.
No, I
Right?
don't think that's correct. I think it may have been agenda, I'm not sure if it was on the last agenda as a
was.
second reading. It may have been and then continued or renoticed. But it was only heard as a first reading, and so we're back with a second first reading, if you will.
Okay, I'm just wondering, we already had a public hearing on this, we now have another public hearing, and it's kind of unusual to have two public hearings on it, so I'm just wondering.
Due to the extent of the changes that were made, beyond being typos or clarifications, there was actual substantive changes. That's the reason that it is back for a first reading.
So if we make changes tonight, are we still subject to a possible new public hearing again, or are we okay with a second reading going forward?
It depends on the scope of the change. And I'll defer to
Any
Attorney.
clarification?
Mayor and council, the state law doesn't allow any substantive change between the introduction of an ordinance and its adoption. So if you make any substantive changes, yes, you're going to have to reintroduce it again and hold another hearing again.
So if we make changes tonight from this proposal we have, we could potentially have a new public hearing again regarding this?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding the limited events, why do we have a separate we're trying to streamline this and make this more efficient and less complicated. Why do we have a separate category for limited events?
Limited events is an existing event type. Certainly, if the city council felt that it was no longer needed, the majority of the city council could determine it should be omitted. But my understanding is the reason it was established was to provide flexibility for those manufacturing of art and artist studios that are in the location, in that specific subsection of the M1 zone, to provide them flexibility that's not embedded in the underlying zoning district, to give them an opportunity to have
For
indoor
example,
events.
showcasing goods, right?
Correct.
Is there a way we could just allow them to showcase goods and just eliminate having any permits for that?
Yes, you could certainly amend the underlying zoning district to allow for such a use, but that's not before the city council at the moment. But there would be an avenue to do that.
So for example, if we were to eliminate limited events completely, could those types of events apply under a temporary minor special event? They could, right?
Yes, they could obtain a temporary minor special
Okay,
event.
so we could possibly make it less complicated by just eliminating limited events altogether.
Yes, you
Okay.
could make that change.
Thank you. The way the proposal was written for the indoor not to exceed 50% of the outdoor, I think it kind of got mixed up from the way we presented it. So I don't know. We can talk about that later when we deliberate on what revisions we need to make on that. Okay, those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Councilman Keegan, any questions?
Nothing.
Councilman Jackson? Detoy? No? Okay. I don't have any other questions either right now, so thank you very much for your report. Let's go on to public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any in-person or Zoom?
Yes, we have
Public
Carolyn
comment?
Petty, who submitted a speaker card.
Mayor and council, the C1, the M1 zone should not be included in temporary minor special events. Councilmember Francois, you asked about consolidating. The difference between temporary minor special events is that they exceed the scope of the business. So if you got rid of the other one and then folded it in here, that's not a good thing. The community was very involved with the general plan. The community said, basically, thousands of hours of input, we want the M1 zone to remain light industrial. It got turned into an arts district, that got added in. That's a whole other story. That, again, is kind of underhanded things going on with the council member, other story. But this is the reality. The M1 zone is not a commercial zone. The community, just so the two of you realize, because I was here then, the community absolutely said, we do not want the M zone to be a commercial zone. It was unequivocal, okay? This is a really important thing for people to realize. We have issues in our C1 zone today. We have vacancies everywhere. The last thing we need is to now have people in the M1 zone with lower rents competing with our commercial zone. It is so imperative that you strike the M1 zone in this temporary minor special events. Earlier tonight, I talked about this quid pro quo. You know why this happened? Because the city manager was engaging in a quid pro quo with one business owner, and we all know who she is, who has an illegal business in the M1 zone. This allows her, because her business has nothing to do with light manufacturing or arts, it's basically she's running an event space. So if this thing goes through, she is going to be able to have 72 days worth of events that have nothing to do with the M1 zone. It is absolutely wrong. And this is the other thing. As somebody else said, the second biggest legal settlement in this history of the city was the CrossFit settlement. It cost us probably over $1.5 million, legal fees, the $1 million hidden on the check register. That was the people who live on Loma complaining, ostensibly, because it was all orchestrated by a council member, but they were the ones who basically created this whole issue, talking about impacts in the M1 zone. You all serve as fiduciaries. The last thing you should do is approve anything that starts escalating impacts in the M1 zone. Those neighbors haven't been noticed. You shouldn't be doing any of this anyway. But if you were going to do it, you need to clearly tell those people on Loma the number of events is going from, 24 to 72. Alcohol, there's no alcohol right now, no parking plan, amplified sound. The 50-50 rule, Councilmember Francois, it doesn't make any sense. It's not enforceable. You have to learn from our past, and our past is keep it quiet, do not increase the impacts in the M1 zone. So in closing, I'm just going to say again, the M1 zone should not be included in the temporary minor special events. They should not be allowed to run events that have nothing to do with the M1 zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Seaman. Kathy Knoll, Uncorked Wine Shop. So I think this is the 6th time I've spoken to Council and to Planning Commission regarding the special minor event permit. We brought this to your attention, I think, a year ago because the process with the staff and applying for the permit had become very complicated. And it had to go through a 30 to 60-day process through every department. It now has to have a rendering that is to scale, that's professional. The $600 fee, if you didn't name all your dates at once, was $600 per event. So really, we're trying to streamline, not for everyone to be clear on what it is, but also clear on the process and streamline the actual process. There's 2 items here, the way it's written up right now, that feels that it's gotten more complicated, and that would be with the parking, with the lots with 6 or more spaces. We are trying to make this an opportunity for all of our parking lot parties, and like Ryla could have a brunch, Casados could have something, Comedy Magic Club could have something. When you complicate it with parking plans and having to get leases for parking with other businesses, it's just not going to happen. It's just the whole reason we've been talking about this for a year is to make it less complicated. So I would say remove that there has to be a parking plan for the over 6 or more parking spaces in those parking lots. And the other one is, in this report, it says restricted days, which fine with some restricted days, but before it said prohibited all holidays. And just thinking of some examples, if El Tarasco wants to have a Cinco de Mayo party and have mariachis, that would not be allowed in the current plan. If I wanted to have some Irish dancers in my parking lot after the St. Patrick's Day parade, that would not be allowed. The current process, the police department has to approve everything anyway. So if there's going to be conflicting events happening at the same time, they have the authority to say no. So I would like to see if we could maybe just alter that language on the temporary minor special event permit. And then my comment, I see it differently than Carolyn on M1. It is an art zone. If a business, I think we need to get out of micromanaging everybody's business. And this also feels very personal for some people who are against one business. If somebody wants to have a poetry reading, that's artsy. If they want to have some music, that's artsy. If they want to be creative about, putting flower arranging together, that's artsy. So I just don't think we need to get into everybody's minute ideas. Let us be creative, let's be flexible. And why don't we just try this for a year or two and see how it goes? And then we can pull it back if something's not working. So, but we're all trying to just run businesses, and we're trying to have less bureaucracy, and we're trying to find creative revenue streams to survive our rents that continually go up in Hermosa Beach. Thank you for listening, and congrats, Ray and Mike, on your appointments recently.
Hello, everybody. I'm sure you're all a little sick of me getting up here and talking about this. Seems to be endless. First of all, I want to say I'm a huge supporter of the plan to turn the Cypress District into an arts district and have more events. My son attended classes every week at Resin Gallery, and I can't tell you how many fantastic community events I think most of us have been to down there. That said, I think with the best intention to simplify the process, when the Cypress District, the M1 and the limited live entertainment permits got grouped in with the temporary events, it complicated the whole thing. And that is what has held us up to be able to do events in parking lots in the downtown. We would have been having events months ago, and it's confusing. I'm still confused. So if you guys are clear and can make a ruling to move the whole thing forward, then great. But if you can't do that tonight, let's separate it, and it makes more sense. And the last thing I want to say is, on that, right now, the draft ordinance says that if we use more than six or more parking spots, we need to come up with this nebulous thing that is called a temporary parking demand management plan. We don't know really what that is, the purpose of it. The Coastal Commission is not telling us we need to come up with this plan. Our neighboring cities don't have it. This is exactly the type of thing that we are trying to avoid. This is throwing more, it requires more time for the applicant, more time for city staff to say what this is and figure it out, and consequently the permit costs more because it's taking more city staff time. So I just don't think we need that. I asked the city in a meeting we had, what is the purpose of this? And the answer was, well, if someday we want to go to the Coastal Commission and have our own coastal plan, it'll kind of put us in good favor. But we found a memo from 1998 that the Coastal Commission doesn't care at all about temporary events unless they're on the beach. So let's just cut that out of it. Let's simplify it. This is a great example of, you know, what not to do going forward, even with our best intentions. Let's figure out how to just get it done, move forward. And to Kathy's point is, we can try things. Let's, you know, during COVID, we tried things, and it was great. I applaud the city of Santa Monica. When their businesses are failing miserably, they're like, let's try allowing people to walk around with alcohol. It's a 6-month trial. If it doesn't work, change it. But let's not try to get it perfect. And like the thought that now if we make a change, it has to go back to, it's an endless cycle of bureaucracy that we have to just figure out how to cut through. So thank you for your time and your service.
Mayor, I do not have any other speaker cards for this item.
That's all. Thank you.
You do have one virtual hand raised via Zoom.
Okay.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, Laura Pena. I just want to add that I support Kathy and Adam's comments. I'd like to share 4 concerns about the direction these temporary minor special events are going, especially as they apply to Cypress and our downtown businesses. I reviewed the February 18th Planning Commission meeting, where the commissioners were told to focus on the mechanics of the permits, not the land use. It was beyond their scope. If we are going to open that conversation and discuss use, then let's do it during the upcoming zoning code update. Plan Hermosa clearly supports activation in the Cypress District with flexible use spaces, maker industries, and common gathering areas. These are things in Plan Hermosa. So I support the Planning Commission's recommendations, and I urge you to do the same. But in an effort by our staff to streamline the temporary minor special events, several distinct features were either eliminated or consolidated. And these changes may appear minor, but they have significant impact in our downtown businesses. The first one is a major concern. There is a proposed clause that any deviation from permit standards requires a full CUP. That is costly and time-consuming for something minor. There is a condition in our current code that simply says temporary uses must not conflict with an existing CUP or parking plan. That's far more flexible and business-friendly. Let's keep that. Give the Community Development Director the ability to approve minor deviations and appeal to the Planning Commission if necessary. That keeps it fair without tying businesses up in red tape. 2, don't overlook the growing gap between indoor and outdoor event permitting. The temporary minor special permit is now being used for both, but in doing so, it unintentionally penalizes downtown businesses that want to host small indoor events, like product launches or private gatherings with music. These were previously covered under the limited live entertainment permit at $297 for 2 years. Now we're being pushed into one permit for $621 per year. That's 4 more times the annual cost, and with more restrictions. These events are low impact and are often easier to manage than the outdoor ones. So why are we making it harder and more expensive for our businesses to bring people indoors, especially in our slower season? 3, we also need to rethink the blanket restrictions on certain holidays. Planning commissioners asked for police call data to justify restricting events on St. Patrick's Day, Cinco de Mayo, and Labor Day weekend. That data was never provided. Let's base decisions on facts, not assumptions. If problems arise, we can adjust next year. And finally, 4, align the entertainment hours. 5 hours between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. should apply across the board in all zones, industrial and commercial. These permits are not just about compliance. They're economic tools. Let's be flexible, fair, and accessible. That's how we bring more foot traffic, more creativity, and more community energy into our city, not just in summer, but year-round. Thank you.
Mayor, I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring the item back from public comment to the council. Is there a motion or any deliberation? Does anyone want to deliberate? Yes, Councilman Detoy.
Before we get into deliberation, just a quick question. We had a public speaker talk about the coastal commission and the requirement for a parking plan. Is it needed or is it not? I'd just like to hear from our in-house experts on that.
So there is a little bit of conjecture on this, but I would, based on my experience with the Coastal Commission, there will be a concern, particularly in the summer hours, or summer season rather, about impacts on parking. We know that's something they consider. So that was a consideration. The initial draft did have some different tiering for off-season and high season, if you will. And that was simplified, and the standards were further relaxed to what you see today. So I can't give you a definitive answer on what the Coastal Commission will say, but we made a good faith effort to try to address those concerns with what you have before you.
And then the 6 or more spots, was that your staff's idea of what do you think would be the best?
That was a direction from Planning Commission.
Okay.
To tier it based on 5 or fewer.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments or deliberation?
I have some questions for staff, if I may.
Questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
A speaker stated that the proposal is to allow special event permits in M1, but we already currently do. Is that correct?
That is correct. The current zoning code, section 1742.150C, allows for temporary minor special events permit in the C1, C2, C3, M1 zone, and SPA zones that allow C3
Right.
uses.
So we currently allow it. If we were to take it out, we would essentially be taking away something that those businesses currently have had the ability to do.
That
For
is
example,
correct.
the fundraising events that one occurred in February, I think Jeremy Buck played at a fundraising event. If we took this out, then, I mean, I've heard from some of those nonprofits, they would no longer be able to have those events take place. Is that correct?
Correct. There would not be the temporary minor special event.
So I'm looking to find a way to make this happen and not take things away. I just have some problems with that, so I'm trying to differentiate that. Maybe there's a way we can do it where we can just allow nonprofits and charity events only. Now, what's this thing about one event goes for 1 year and the other event goes for 2 years? Is there a way to make this happen for 2 years for both, or what's the logic in that?
Because the limited events are more minor in nature and within the building, I believe, I wasn't here at the time, but I believe the thinking was because they were smaller in scope that the permit duration could be a longer period of time. Whereas the temporary minor special events, there's a lot of considerations that go into them because they are often outdoors and have greater impacts. So it takes more individual review and can't necessarily project out for 2 years in those cases.
Right. Okay, and so in line with my suggestion of just getting rid of these limited events altogether and have them all fall under temporary special permits, then they would all be 1 year. We could make them 2 years, though. Right? We could easily make them 2 years. So they're all consistent, just trying to simplify this a little bit more.
While you could make it 2 years in duration, I think that would create complexity for actually reviewing and knowing whether they're competing events, because that is a consideration that our police department is often looking at, is what resources are being diverted elsewhere. And so it would be challenging, I believe, for the police department to make predictions about, certain weekends when we don't have special event permits forecasted out that far.
Okay, and another speaker talked about, I believe she did, at least in the written comments, that businesses must get approval from the planning commission for these permits? And they can't get them directly from the community development director. Is that, what's behind that?
So the existing rules state that if you do not comply with the standards that are outlined in the code, that then your avenue is to obtain a conditional use permit from the planning commission. So that's how it's currently laid out, and was carried over. So certainly that could be amended to authorize the community development director if that was a
Okay, so we
desire.
could change this to authorize the community development director to approve it if it deviates from their CUP without having to get approval by the planning commission. We'd be able to do that, correct?
So I think there's two provisions. One is that you have to comply with the underlining CUP. So I think we might be mixing two components of it. So the first one is that you have to comply with the underlining conditional use permit or parking plan. And then there is a separate provision, and let me see if I can quickly find that. Yeah, so then a separate section says any deviation, so separate from complying with your underlying CUP or parking plan. So separate issue is if there's a deviation of the standards, that requires a conditional use permit to be obtained for your temporary event.
Okay, well, I'd be in favor of trying to shorten all that, but if some other colleagues have some other suggestions, I think this needs to be streamlined and we can get somewhere with this, so thank you.
Anyone else with any deliberation or comments? All right, well, I'll take a shot at this. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson.
Just a couple comments, Mr. Mayor. You know, I thought in April, when we spent a considerable amount of time on this, we had a very healthy discussion with a healthy compromise that I thought was satisfactory to residents and businesses alike. I think it's important that we take into consideration that the activation of that Cypress district is good for our city. I think it's good for our community. There are many events that benefit the community writ large, and I've yet to hear of any complaints from anybody in the Loma area. I know several people, and I know we've received correspondence from several folks from Loma. I'm not aware of any calls for services, any excessive noise, or any other issues involving the Cypress district. So I think we need to continue with the positive policies that permit the continued activation of the Cypress district. I also agree with the speakers who talked about the parking challenges, the micromanaging, and the holiday issue. I mean, if the business owner can discuss, they have to go through the police department anyway, so it makes sense that they can just flesh out whether those dates work. I don't think we need to be in the business of micromanaging what days and, what holidays do and don't work. Let's leave that up to the PD and the businesses themselves. And as I've said, I think more is better. I don't think we necessarily need a limit. And as the speaker said, let's see how it goes for a year or so on a trial basis and then reevaluate then.
Thank you. So I have to agree with almost everything you said, but I think there's just a couple tweaks that we need to do in addition to what you said. The limited events in the Cypress district, the M1 zone, if you go right to item C1, limited events, Cypress district, an indoor event permitting the showcasing of arts or goods produced by a business located in the Cypress district character area. That's what we were trying to create years ago when we started considering the M1 district as an art zone. And some art shops are in there and are doing a great job, and I have no problem with what they're doing. I have no problem with them having temporary special events, limited events. But there is one thing that's confusing to me. We have basically two sections to this, even though they've been joined together for being clearer, but we have two sections here. C1, which is for the M1 zone, and it has a set of rules all its own that are tailored to the M1 zone. And then C1-2 is temporary minor special events for the commercial zones. And those rules are tempered for the commercial zones, and that makes perfect sense. The only problem is that when you go to C1, item 2B, the zones, M1 zone has been inserted in there along with all the other commercial zones. So basically, M1 is in both halves of this ordinance. And in addition to that, it allows for the sales of alcohol in the M1 zone. Now, if we're showcasing arts and goods produced by businesses in the M1 zone, that makes perfect sense to me. It's an art studio. You create art there, and periodically you want to invite the public to come and see the art that you have, hopefully sell it to make some money because that's what you're doing there. And then when you have such an event, you should be able to have some hors d'oeuvres and some wine or beer or something, some refreshments so the folks can walk around and have a drink with them while they're observing the art and perhaps hopefully buy something. This makes perfect sense to me, but the word sales is included in there. So basically, we're selling alcohol for profit in the M1 zone, which is supposed to be an art zone that is only displaying the art or the artisan work that you have. Maybe you make custom furniture, and so you want to sell your furniture, so you put it on display and you invite people in and you have a temporary event. Everything seems fine with that except for the sale of alcohol. It doesn't make sense to me why a nonprofit who is trying to display their art, which was the purpose of having an art district in the M1 zone in the very beginning, why they need to sell alcohol. I think that's a mistake, because there's a slippery slope that happens here. I recall years ago up on Aviation, there's a nice little shopping center there where there was a couple of little bars and stuff, and they were all beer and wine. And it was a great little neighborhood place. I used to live a couple blocks from there, and we would walk up there and have a drink and have dinner somewhere, and it was very nice. And the owner wanted to switch to hard liquor. And there was a problem with that because there were multiple businesses there. There were nice restaurants, simple Italian place and a Chinese place and so on. But if he got hard liquor, they'd all get hard liquor, and pretty soon it would look like Pier Plaza, where there's drinking problems and lots of alcohol and stuff in the parking lot and all that business. And so that was denied then. And I think this is a very similar situation where we can activate the zone, we can have these temporary events, they can be very successful if we just eliminate the word sales of alcohol from these two ordinances. I spoke to the chief about this today, and Chief, could you come up and speak on this matter? I'd appreciate your comments and opinion on the sale of alcohol in the M1 zone.
Certainly, Mayor Saman. In all of this discussion with temporary minor special events and any deviations from the business, their CUP, depending on what the event is, it does change the atmosphere. We want all the businesses to thrive, but when they're doing promotions or they're doing something to draw in a different crowd, it does change the atmosphere. And there are ripple effects to the community, to the neighbors, and to all of the other city departments. So when we look at these, as was said in some of the comments this evening, the police department will evaluate what is going on next door, what is happening in some of the effects, and how is this going to change the city's response to these calls. So depending on what the event is, how it's organized, how it's produced, the security plan, etc., it will change the behavior of that attraction. So I will agree that if there is a sale, depending on how it is promoted to the target audience, it brings in a different crowd, and it does change the atmosphere. So I will agree that we have to evaluate those on an individual basis, but that's something we look at and how it's going to impact the community.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I would agree with everything that the Planning Commission said. I had a little bit of problem with the temporary parking demand management plan. I thought that was a little too much. But if everyone is fine with that, I have no objection to that. I also thought that the ADA parking spaces that may be impacted by having a special event, I think it might be possible to relocate the ADA space nearby, and if it's clearly marked, that would be okay. But again, I think this is a pretty minor point. So rather than try and get too deep in the weeds on all of this and try and micromanage this, I would be okay with leaving that the way it is. But I would really like to see sales of alcohol eliminated. And then we have C1 and C2. Section C1, temporary events, which is for the Cypress zone, and then C2, which is for the commercial zone. And yet you have your C2, your C3, your SPA zone, and then suddenly there's the M1 zone stuck in there with it. I think there's no reason to have it in C2 if it's already has its own separate section of C1. So I would like to see the words M1 district stricken from section C2B, the zone, remove N1 zone from that, and remove and leave it in its own section, which is the way it was meant to be in the first place. It would be much simpler that way, and then remove the word sales from alcohol. It's two simple, minor changes. It holds true with the original design and idea of the art district in the first place. And I think if the idea is that, well, let's just give it a try and see how it works, well, why don't we give that a try and see how it works? And if alcohol sales is really something that really should be done there, then we can look at it again in a year. But I think it's better to err on the cautious side and then try and do something different in a year from now. So that would be my suggestion. Remove the word sales from the alcohol section, which is C1A, alcohol, remove the word sales. Just have service and consumption. And remove M1 from C1 subsection 2. That's my idea, and is there any other deliberation? Then I would like to make a motion.
Hold on, just before you do that, could I just ask you a question? So are you I'm all with you. You want to keep limited events there.
Yes, of course.
Right?
Absolutely.
But did you want to eliminate minor special events in the M1 zone? Is that what you wanted to do? You wanted to eliminate the ability of minor special events in the M1 zone? I was a little, because I thought maybe last session when we went through this, I thought you were against having minor special event permits in the M1 zone complete.
No. If you look at section C.
Well, I don't know what page or document you're on, but
well, it's
I'm just talking about the
page 2.
minor special event permits.
Yeah, okay. It's called temporary events, limited events, Cypress District. That's fine. Everything in there is fine. Then when you go down to C2, which is temporary minor special events, this is designed for the commercial zones. C1, C2, C3 zones. And then M1 is stuck in there with that. There's no reason for it to be there. So yeah, I guess if you're going to say we're going to eliminate temporary minor special events from the M1 zone and leave them with the special events that it has. It's basically the same thing.
You mean under limited only?
Yes.
So, because currently, these fundraisers that occur, the school district had one, the one in February,
Yeah.
they did that under the minor special event permits. And so I've heard from some of them, they're saying, don't get rid of that because they need that in place to hold their
They
events.
still have that as a limited event within the Cypress zone.
Well, except you're saying that all those events can happen under the limited events.
That's correct.
And only limited events in the M1
M1
zone.
zone, that's correct. Which is essentially what they're doing now.
Well, no, now they're doing it under special event minor permits. I clarified that that's what they've
Right.
been
Well,
getting.
if they-
So I'm hoping that the requirements are the same, that they would be able to hold those under limited events. I don't know if we need to get staff to come up and clarify that again,
Yeah.
because that's why we threw in that 50% thinking that was going to help, but because I hate to see those events not happen anymore because we
Yeah, well, I'm
eliminated.
not suggesting we eliminate them at all.
Well, but you are suggesting we eliminate temporary minor special event permits from the M1 zone.
Not so. Here's what it says exactly. I'll read it word for word for you. Temporary events, C, item C, temporary events. The following events may be allowed on private property upon approval of administrative permit by the Community Development Director or designee as summarized in Table 17 and so on. It says limited events, Cypress District. An indoor event permitted the showcasing of art or the goods produced by a business located in the Cypress District area M1 zone. The Cypress District is comprised of properties located on Cypress Avenue, Valley Drive, 6th Street, established in the general plan. Limited events shall be subject to the following. The zone, only within the Cypress District character area. Location, indoors. Frequency, 3 per month, maximum of 5 hours, 3 of them, 5 hours each, and so on and so on. And then it says restricted days, Cinco de Mayo, and so on. Hours, 8 to 10 p.m., 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Same thing, entertainment is allowed.
But they're limited to only showcasing their events. They're not allowed to have nonprofit events under this limited events.
Why not?
Because it's for showcasing goods, just showcasing goods.
Are they not allowed?
I think just getting staff.
So that's why I was suggesting allow temporary special events, but allow them only if they're administered and run by nonprofit and charity events. That way, the charity events can still have them, and we can still have what you're saying, limited events with no alcohol. I mean, I don't know.
Okay with that.
Okay, so, because I think we're on the same page here. Hoping we are.
I think the two are essentially the same.
Well,
As I see this, staff wrote the first part of this for the Cypress District. It clearly says that limited events in the Cypress District. Then if you go down to C2, it says permitted by the zone, by right in the zone for the C1, C2, C3, and then for some reason M1 was stuck in there with that. Well,
we currently have it in M1, that's why. And to take it away, those nonprofits and charity events wouldn't be able to have their events anymore.
Sure they would.
I don't read it the same way as the mayor, and that's why just clarification from the staff. And then the other thing is there'd be no outdoor events with the limited events, is that correct? So state of the art or whatever fundraiser that was, or is that a different permit?
Correct. The recent events that have been held, as I understand them, for fundraisers had included indoor and outdoor and were permitted under the temporary minor special event permit.
In the zone, M1 zone.
In the M1 zone, correct. So if you eliminated that, it would eliminate that component. Additionally, it does involve the showcasing. It's for the business itself. So this hosting of the way it's written today, I think you would need to amend this further to give staff clarification that it does actually allow for third-party hosting of whether it's a nonprofit in the limited events, because that's not currently the way it's structured today.
Okay, so, all right, well, that does clarify it. I think that it should hold to the original design of the M1 zone area as an art district. And I think that the events that they should be allowed to have in the art district should be for the showcasing of arts or goods produced by the business in the zone. That's what this was meant to be. I don't think we want to turn the M1 zone into a commercial area where we have multiple things going on for all different reasons, including the sale of alcohol. So, you know, if this is a sticking point about having an indoor or an outdoor event, or if it's for a nonprofit fundraiser or not, isn't if you're showcasing your art and you're having some wine and hors d'oeuvres and you're selling the art, isn't that a fundraiser in itself? No? You think some separate nonprofit organization should have an event there?
Well, the specific business, let's say it's an art gallery. The limited events means they're showcasing their goods. They're not selling alcohol, they're not doing it, they're showcasing their goods. But having a fundraiser put on by, I believe it was the school district, that wouldn't apply under limited events. And they've already been doing it. It's not like we're suddenly going to allow it. It's already been going on. Why are we going to take something away that we've already been doing? That's a real stickler with me. If we never allowed them to begin with, that'd be one thing. We could stick to our guns and say, hey, this is M1. We can talk about uses down the line. Let's talk about uses and redirect this in the future. But we've been allowing special minor event permits in the M1 currently now. And to take it away and
All
then
right.
take those nonprofits'
Okay.
ability to have fundraisers.
Okay. Councilman Jackson, would you, from what I gathered from what you were saying, you would be more in the area where Councilman Francois is, having the M1 zone be in both ordinances and having fundraisers in those ordinances. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think what's happening in our M1 zone right now is good for the city, great for the community. As far as I know, there have been no issues from neighbors or calls for services, and I think any policy that we were implementing tonight to limit or restrict, I think would be not beneficial for the community.
Well, then, could we do this? Would you be willing to compromise and eliminate the sale of alcohol? Have
Well-
alcohol served?
Well,
but
are they
limit
selling
the sale
alcohol?
of alcohol?
Is there alcohol sales taking place now?
No, but it's in this ordinance. If we pass this the way it is, there will be sales of
Well,
alcohol.
they are for special minor event permits, I believe.
So, I mean,
Alcohol is
again, I agree with the speaker who talked about the micromanaging. I mean, what's been happening to date has been good for the community in that district. And
Okay.
I think to start chipping away with that for whatever reason, I think right now, is not advantageous, and it doesn't serve any particular purpose except for, maybe I don't like this or I don't like that. But, when you look at the overall policy of what we've been permitting and allowing in that zone, it's been good for the community.
Okay.
So,
But I'll go along with only charity events, so that,
Okay,
so that
well, wait,
specific.
we're the store.
Yeah,
We're-
okay,
we're
well,
making a deal here. Okay, so I would be willing to accept both of your points of, hold on just one second. If we could just eliminate the sale of alcohol and leave everything else as is, that I think would be a reasonable compromise. And so having said that, Councilman DeToy.
Question for staff on this one. As a very, very minor drinker myself, is that a ABC term for like the generic, even if you're giving away alcohol, is that the title of the license that you apply for an event?
So the licenses from ABC do cover sale and service.
So that's just the overarching title when you were to get even if you're giving it
If
away
you're
with the
obtain-
price of the ticket, or?
Aren't there two ABC temporary permits? One for the sales and one for the service of alcohol?
So
In other words, if you're having a wedding reception and there's champagne and drinks and so on, you're not selling it, you're giving it away, and that's one temporary ABC license.
license for a wedding. If it was private-only event where you were not open to the public, you could serve alcohol potentially without an alcohol license. If you are open for the public at one of these events, then you do in fact need an ABC license, which would cover all of the above, the umbrella of sales and service, even if you were giving them away. The license would cover everything because you are open to the public.
But you can get an ABC license to have alcohol, to give it away, but not to sell it. Is that correct?
I do not believe ABC distinguishes between those two types of license. It would be under one, is my understanding.
private party, you don't need an ABC license. You're giving it away at a private party. I'm trying to avoid those private parties and save them for nonprofits, because I think that crosses the line. We start having private parties in here, right? We want to keep this to nonprofits, which is what we've been doing.
Well, the Kiwanis Club rents the facility out for parties of all different kinds. And as I understand it, you have to have a one-day ABC license to have alcohol, period. But if you're selling alcohol, it's a different one. Maybe the chief can expound on this a little bit.
Ms. Oropesa is correct. The ABC daily license, if you read it, it says for sale, service, or consumption of alcohol. It's one permit for the daily permit. The ABC license itself doesn't differentiate between sale or service.
But as far as our ordinance is concerned, we could limit it.
That's the council's discretion, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I would be willing to make the compromise and go with leaving M1 in both of these sections of the ordinance if we could just eliminate sales from this subject. And what I'm concerned about is that the next time an empty building comes up, the plumber goes out of business, someone can go, oh, good, I'll be able to go in here and sell alcohol 72 days a year or whatever the limit of days is. And I just think that's kind of going in the wrong direction. That I agree with you, activating the area is great, what they're doing now is great. I don't want to change that at all. I want to take anything away from it. I just want to not go down the slope of having alcohol sales along with any store or business address within the district. So if we can reach that as a compromise, I'd be willing to accept that, and
Mr. Mayor,
have some consensus here.
Your concern about the, store being converted and alcohol sales, remember, all the events have to be approved by the PD. So you just can't all of a sudden open up a bar and turn this area into Pier Plaza. So
I didn't mean they'd open up a bar.
Again, I just think we're spending so much time on this minor issue. It's something that's already taking place. It's been successful, no issues. I just don't see why we need to go down this rabbit hole and continue micromanaging. Whether it's a nonprofit or a private event or whatever it is, it's good for the community, and it's an activation of an otherwise relatively dormant area that we should continue to promote. So.
Okay, well then I will make a motion and see what happens. I move that we accept the ordinance the way it is, written with the exception of the word sales of alcohol, and leave everything else the way it is right now. That would be my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
A friendly amendment with regard to the holidays that I would suggest we not put a limitation on when those days could or could not be, because it's going to be between the business owner and the PD to flesh out whether those days in the PD's mind would be too much for whatever is going on writ large, and we don't have to, I think, get into that business.
So that part of the ordinance is for both this commercial district and the M1, right?
I believe so, right?
I wonder what the motivation of the planning commission in putting that in there was.
Because
Do you have
again, any permit has to be approved anyway. So if the PD says, hey, we don't recommend this day because we've got too much going on, boom.
So Planning Commission did also have a lot of debate as to whether or not to include the holidays or not. They did direct us to look at calls for service, and what was found was even Cinco de Mayo on a non-weekend still generates more calls for service. And so that and the other holidays were kept in based on their final direction. And then an allowance for additional dates that could be also modified. And the chief of police was consulted on this as well and was in favor of having those dates listed outright. And so he may have some additional thoughts on it, but I believe there is also a lot of back and forth on dates when they are, unfortunately have to be canceled or not approved because of other special events going on. So these are kind of known factors that we have increased for calls of service on these dates, and that's the reason it was incorporated.
So those dates are restricted?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Having heard that, I would not accept the friendly amendment to the motion. So, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Or Detoy. Detoy.
I guess another friendly amendment would be to increase the parking from 6 to 10 or some other number, just to increase that threshold before a parking plan would be needed.
That's a good one.
I'll agree with that, too.
I mean,
What number?
I don't.
From 6 to 10? 15?
10.
10? I'd hate to just arbitrarily throw numbers out there, but is there a consensus for that? Do you have an opinion?
I don't have an opinion. I don't know really the size of parking lots.
15? Mr. Jackson, 15?
I mean, it's arbitrary anyway, so it's 15.
Okay, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Mr. Keegan, would you accept
No,
that?
I just want to make sure the clerk's clear on the item. Is the clerk clear on the item?
That's for item Q3 on page 9.
Okay.
In a parking lot with 6 or more parking spaces, that would be amended to 15.
Yes.
Correct, I have that. And then clarification on sale of alcohol, is that for temporary, and that is for, 1 second.
That's item
C1,
I.
correct?
Yeah.
C1I?
Yeah, I.
Got it.
Alcohol, yeah. Just to eliminate sale if it's service or consumption. Okay, so do you agree to that?
Yes.
Councilman Keegan?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to say something if I could. I've had my finger up for a while. This motion that's being proposed, as I understand it, allows temporary minor special event permits in M1, but does not allow any alcohol. Is that
Sales.
correct?
No, sales of alcohol.
Can't sell drinks.
That's all. Everything else that you...
Well, how does it allow alcohol if you're not selling it?
You give it away. It's available
Okay.
there. You have hors
So in
d'oeuvres
other
and
words,
you
an
have some
open
beer
bar.
and wine or
So
whatever.
we're talking about an open bar type of event where the admission charge is greatly inflated because of that. But this prevents nonprofits from engaging in what they've
Why would that?
had because they don't have an open bar. They're charging for every drink because some people don't drink. They're having, for schools, they're having nonprofit events for schools, and you're calling this some type of compromise, but they will no longer be allowed to have those events because you are excluding alcohol sales. And I suggested a better compromise would just allow nonprofits to have these events. But you haven't even added that, so now a private event can happen with an open bar in the M1 district. So I don't know where you're coming with this compromise, but you're excluding the nonprofit events that have been occurring all along. You're excluding alcohol sales, and it's going to cause a one-time cover charge of a lot of money for people to drink all they want. But that's allowed. So,
Councilman Francois, the sales of alcohol in the M1 district is not allowed. If you want to have a charity event and raise money, you can do it anywhere in any of the C commercial zones. It's just in the M1 district. And that's the motion.
okay, but there's no alcohol allowed at these events.
Again, the purpose of having events in the M1 district are to showcase artwork.
That's
and you
limited
can't have
events.
alcohol there to be consumed.
That's limited events for showcasing goods. We're talking about minor special events, which are fundraisers for nonprofits in the M1 zone. Now, you said you wanted to leave it in, but you wanted to take out alcohol.
Sales of alcohol.
So how is a nonprofit going to conduct a nonprofit event, a charity event, in the M1 zone without serving alcohol?
They can
How are they
serve
gonna do that?
alcohol all they want. Not sell it.
Well, if you, What are you,
Okay,
you
excuse
going to
me.
give it
There's
away?
a motion and a second
Well,
on
I'm
the
trying to
floor.
clarify this motion,
Well,
and it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense
I'd
here.
like to call the question.
Well, you can go ahead and call the question, but I'd like some clarifications on this if I could.
I'm sorry, I'm going to call the question. If you don't want to vote for it, you don't have to.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, that's the way it works, right?
No,
No?
no, go ahead. You've had enough of this. You want to move on? Okay, great.
Well, we have been working on this for an hour now, so.
We have been, and I thought we were getting somewhere. But
we are.
now, you know, it's like,
Madam City Clerk, would you call the question, please?
Councilmember Francois? Councilmember Francois?
are we doing electronic voting here?
Councilmember Keegan, is your electronic voting working?
Mine isn't working
yes.
either.
Okay.
Oh. It's been so long.
Is it working or not?
Yeah, mine is.
Mayor, could you clarify, or could you restate that, or just double check the motion as it's listed, that it's as amended to remove the sale of alcohol for temporary events under C1I?
M1.
Limited events?
No, it's item C, 1, item C1I. Alcohol sale.
Under temporary limited events.
Yes. That's correct. Yes.
Yes.
Mayor and council, before you vote, I would like to clarify what I said earlier. When an ordinance, other than urgency ordinance, is altered after its introduction, then it has to be brought back. This is the introduction. You can change it now, and then you just have to wait 5 days to adopt it at a regular meeting. Thanks.
At the next regular meeting.
Yeah, ordinances can only be adopted at a regular meeting. But today you're not adopting it, it's just the introduction.
Okay. I thought we just adopted it.
No, you approve it at introduction, and then it's adopted, officially it's adopted at the second reading. It usually goes on consent, right? So we don't pay that much attention to it.
Okay.
Or as much attention to it.
All right.
It'll be on consent.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you read the results, please?
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote, with Councilmember Francois voting no.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to 16B.
City Council review of a Planning Commission approval to modify a previously approved shared parking plan at 1601 PCH in the specific plan area 8 zone.
Do we have a staff report?
Our Associate Planner, Jake Whitney, will provide the presentation for the City Council this evening.
Good evening, council members. As mentioned, my name is Jake Whitney, and I'll be delivering the presentation this evening for the proposed parking plan amendment at 1601 Pacific Coast Highway. Next slide, please. The request before you, as stated in the agenda, is to approve the parking plan amendment to allow for the consolidation of 4 retail tenant units totaling 5,368 square feet into 2 units, and to allow the activation of 1,203 square feet of previously non-leased common space into new leasable office or retail space without providing for additional parking at 1601 Pacific Coast Highway in the specific plan area 8 zone, as well as to determine an exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at the intersection of 16th and PCH. The current site is existing at 128,069 square feet of commercial building, along with a 6-level parking structure, which was originally approved back in 1986. Over the years, the site has had various entitlements for various uses, and the parking plan has been amended to reflect those changes. One of the more significant modifications to the parking plan came in 2006, when the City Council modified the parking plan to require that 2 hours of free validated parking be provided to the patrons of the businesses in order to mitigate impacts to surrounding residents on 16th Street that were seeing spillover effects due to the parking demand from the pavilion, based on the public testimony provided to the council at the time. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission considered the request before you this evening by the applicant and approved the parking plan amendment on March 18th of 2025. However, due to concerns of overflow parking impacts, the council acted on March 25th to call up the project for a de novo review, which is occurring this evening. Next slide, please. Shown on the slide above, we have the city zoning map to provide the council with additional context showing the location of the property in relation to adjacent streets, zoning districts, and residences. Next slide, please. So as we've stated, the proposals for the consolidation of 4 retail tenant units into 2, and allowing that activation of the roughly 1,200 square feet of common space. In order to justify the proposal this evening, while not adding or requesting to not add additional parking, the applicant prepared a updated parking study dated February 19th of 2025 by Minigar and Associates to evaluate the parking demand of this proposal and the availability and utilization of on-site parking. Next slide, please. Above, you can see the existing site condition of the properties viewed from Pacific Coast Highway. Next slide. And here you see the entryway to the parking as shown on from 16th Street. Next slide. So shown above are the relevant development standards in the municipal code that we determined to be applicable to the project. As noted in the scope, the applicant is intending to expand the leasable area of the pavilion by incorporating that common space into the leasable space. And per the municipal code section 1744015, all expansions to existing facilities do require the addition of new parking resources. However, pursuant to municipal code 1744-210, a parking plan may be passed by the commission or by extension the council at your discretion to allow for a reduction in the number or waiver of the number of spaces required for the project. Next slide, please. So getting into the analysis of the parking study that was submitted, we see that upon existing occupancy levels, peak demand at the site was estimated to consume up to 88% of available parking resources at its absolute peak, and then decrease from there during non-peak hours. Meanwhile, the study also evaluated a potential hypothetical full occupancy condition at the pavilion where it was assumed that all businesses and offices would be open at the same time. And under that hypothetical scenario, it was projected that there would be a deficit of 1 parking space at 8 a.m. on Saturdays. However, staff believes that this analysis is a very conservative estimate, given that this scenario would require that all businesses and offices on site be fully leased as well as being open at the same time, which is not representative of existing market conditions in most office uses. Next slide, please. Above, you can see the proposed demo plan, which shows how the various suites will be reconfigured to facilitate the proposed consolidation. Next slide, please. And above, you can see the proposed floor plan for the businesses. As discussed, it would involve the consolidation of 4 suites into 2, as you may see, as well as the activation of that arcade space to the north, or the central part of the image. Next slide, please. So this project has been fully evaluated for conformance with the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code for parking plans as identified in Municipal Code 1744060A. The discussion of these findings is further evaluated in your staff reports on pages 6 through 8. And for ease of reference, the parking plan findings have been summarized for your review on the screen above. Next slide, please. Furthermore, we evaluated the project for conformance with the city's general plan and found it to be consistent with Goal 1, Policy 1.7 pertaining to urban form and use compatibility. Next slide, please. As well as Goal 4, Policy 4.1 pertaining to shared parking arrangements. Next slide, please. The project was also evaluated for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and based on our analysis, we determined it qualified for Class 1 categorical exemption under Section 15301 for existing facilities. Next slide, please. For public noticing of this project, we had 953 mailers that were sent out to property owners and renters within a 500 square foot radius of the subject site, as shown above. This was done on April 30th, 2025, and a legal ad was published on May 3rd, 2025, as well in the Daily Breeze. The item was then continued to a date certain of today, May 27th, which did not then re-trigger the noticing procedures due to the fact that it was given as a date specific. And furthermore, public noticing posters were placed on site on the property at Pacific Coast Highway, as well as 16th Street, a minimum of 10 days ahead of the public hearing in accordance with the municipal code requirement in 1768-050. Of reflecting today's date. And as of today, staff have not received public comments pertaining to this item. Next slide, please. This brings us to our staff recommendations. Staff is recommending that the City Council sustain the approval of the Planning Commission and approve the resolution determining that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA as an approved parking plan number 25-01 to allow the consolidation of 4 retail tenant units totaling 5,368 square feet into 2 units, and to allow the activation of 1,203 square feet of previously non-leased space into new leasable space without providing additional parking, with the parking analysis serving as justification at 1601 Pacific Coast Highway in specific plan area 8, subject to the conditions in the draft resolution. Next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation. We're available to answer any questions. We also have the applicant in the chambers to answer any questions. And my understanding was there was a desire to engage in some substantive back and forth with the applicant regarding the flow of parking and some of the conditions. So they're present in the chamber to address that as well.
Thank you. Any questions of staff from the council? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The parking study that was completed shows that quite a bit of the building has quite a few empty spaces in it. Isn't that correct?
Yes, so based on the existing condition, we saw a peak utilization of 88%. It was not fully utilized, and based on our discussions with the applicant itself, they also attest to the fact that there's sufficient.
And was there any study done to show what patrons are not parking in the garage?
It did not differ. What patrons are not parking?
That's correct. The uses
down by
of people in that building that are not parking in the parking structure.
To my knowledge, this analysis did not break it down by individual use. It took it holistically.
So, in the draft resolution, I'm sorry. Alexis? Did you want to add something to that, or?
Just to clarify, the parking study assessed the on-site parking and the impacts to what was being utilized there.
Right. So in the draft resolution on page 7, there's a set of conditions. And condition number 5, sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. Condition number 5 states a minimum of 2-hour free validated parking within the pavilion parking structure shall be provided for employee and patrons of the businesses. So there is an ongoing problem that people have where the Vaughn's parking lot's filled up because potentially patrons are not utilizing the garage. So would it make sense to increase that minimum to make it easier for patrons to use that parking structure so we can relieve the stress that's happening in the whole Vaughn's complex that many people have continued to complain about for years?
That decision would be at the discretion of the council. The reason why condition number 5 was included in the draft resolution is it's a holdover from the 2006 City Council amendment to the parking plan. At that time, the applicant previously wished to eliminate that requirement, and the City Council determined that they wished to sustain that policy. If considering that the parking plan is before the council this evening, if you were to wish to make modifications to that, that would be within your purview.
Thank you very much. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Keegan.
I was the one who was interested in pulling this, and I was going to just give a couple comments for my colleagues that this building was redeveloped and it received relief on its parking. They added square footage to the building when they bought it and converted it from a theater to office and retail space. And what happened is they immediately started to charge for parking back then when they reopened. And what happened is everyone started parking in Vaughn's and in the neighborhoods. So then the council took it back and made them give 2 hours free. And so therefore people got validated and they used machines to validate it. And then that would let you out after 2 hours free. And that helped mitigate some of the damage to the neighborhoods that was occurring and also to Vaughn's. And then over time, the building suffered it went through receivership and got bought again. The bank took it back and a new owner came in and took it over. And then they opened the gates up and they didn't have any validations. They just let people park anyway. Anyone could enter the structure and park and go into the spaces, and there was no time limit. It was basically free parking, just like all the neighboring properties that were available at Vaughn's and CVS and such. So I just want you to kind of know that. And so what happened more recently, I would say probably 6 months ago, they initiated a new parking system where they brought the gates back, and you had to use your phone and sign up for an app, and you were required to put your credit card and your license plate information in every time you entered in order to receive the benefit of the 2 hours free. So the reason I wanted to explain that is because you need to know that to know the problem. So the problem occurs in that sometimes the system doesn't work, the Wi-Fi in the building stinks, doesn't always give you credit, it doesn't always go through, then you're charged, you get a bill, and then they don't want to give you your money back. You fight with them, and it causes a lot of the patrons to just say, hell, I'm not going to go in that garage, I'll just park at Vaughn's and I'll walk over. And so they've kind of created an unattractive environment to want to use the validation system, because every time someone goes to the gym 5 days a week, they have to find a special spot to scan the code. It has to go through. Sometimes the Wi-Fi doesn't put it through. They've given them their credit card information. Now they're fighting over an $8 or $9 bill. In addition, if you have a bank card and you've registered it, they charge you a $1 fee at your bank. So some people aren't parking there because they're getting charged $1 every time they go. Some people go to the health club every day, and so they don't want to be charged $1, so they'll park at Vaughn's. And so the problem occurs because of this new system. So we're seeing an uptick. It's caused Vaughn's to hire more security. I shop at Vaughn's almost a couple days a week, and I go to the 24-hour fitness at least 3 to 4 times a week. So that's why I know a little bit more about the traffic and the flow. And I watch people walk out of the gym and over to the bonds, and I see it happen quite often. And I'm there 4 days a week to attest to it. So the reason I pulled it is we need to maybe make some adjustments, talk to the ownership about these problems if they're experiencing it. I know Vons isn't here to represent themselves, but I can assure you that they've had to pay more in security. Now, what I was told by the management in the building and was that the reason they did this was because people were abusing it and parking in there and going elsewhere and using it as a lot of some kinds. And they had vagrants, some people living in the garage and this and that. They wanted to slow down the amount of people in the garage. So I understand why they put the gates up. However, there's the other impact of people still parking at Vons. So that's why I brought it up here. This is the only chance we have to talk to the person because they need something from us.
Okay.
So does that help?
Yeah, it does. We are kind of in question area now, right at the moment. I'm sorry, I kind of let you go there. And there's plenty of time for deliberation.
I'm not
further.
deliberating, just stating facts.
No, I understand.
You're submitting a staff report.
I'm submitting a supplemental staff report.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions of staff? No?
I have a further follow-up if I could, or you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. No?
Since we had that nice staff report from Councilmember Keegan, I was wondering if our city staff could come up and verify these issues or explain, has anything been done to resolve these issues with parking and the history of all that? Because I'd like to hear from staff what is happening with all of this. Thank you.
So in the last year, in 2024, we were notified of the change in the parking conditions, and then code enforcement did go out to ensure they had the proper signage and that they were offering validation. So that's what I can offer in terms of staff's involvement there. And then you had the firsthand, I think, testimony as well from your fellow council member.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Is the applicant here to make any public comment? Would you like to?
Hi, John Ferris. I represent the owner of the building. I work for the family that bought the building 12 years ago.
I'm Yvette Acosta. I work with CBRU, the project management team on site.
I guess first comment, I work there every day. I have never had a problem parking there, nor have I heard other people having problems there. In fact, everybody is thrilled to have it because it's freeing up a lot of the parking because we're surrounded by 3 condominium complexes and everybody was leaving their cars there. Not to mention I think it's 4 stories deep, and we'd have a lot of indigent people going in there, sleeping overnight. Kids would be down there smoking weed. It was a pretty crappy parking garage. I wouldn't let my wife go down on the first floor. It was rough. We spent a lot of money on the building. We're cleaning it up. Frankly, we're about to embark on repainting and landscaping. It's taken us 9 months to get a permit from the city to get painting and landscaping done. But back to the garage. It reads a license plate number. You register once and you're done. It doesn't require Wi-Fi. You don't have to keep registering. You don't keep paying. There's employees in this building that keep coming in, going out. It's lightning fast. I've never heard of a problem with it. And I'm there literally every single day. It's been a blessing for the building and everybody who visits it. Most of the people who go in there are regularly occurring customers. It's gym members, it's people who are getting their hair cut, it's just people who actually work in the offices there. It's very rare that somebody's coming in for a one-time only visit and is never going to return. And then when you do, that's a process. You scan, put your license plate in there, and you can get validated. Any of the businesses that you're doing can validate you. It's really quite easy. So, anyways, the other thing I want to mention is this Vons thing. And again, I've talked to Jake about this before. The Vons has a parking problem. They are short 170 spots on that level. What people don't realize here is that the city approved all the changes in their parking because of the Torrance Memorial parking garage off of Ardmore down below. They counted all those spaces as available to Vons shoppers. You can't shop at Vons and bring your cart down there. So the parking problem at Vons is not PC, 1601 PCH. It's Vons. 20 years ago, the developer got it approved, with too few parking spots. And so, yeah, I mean, I go over there and have lunch. It's chaos over there. But there's not one sign, zero, that is directing overflow parking down to the Torrance Memorial parking. But that's very specifically what is stated in all these city ordinances that says, oh, we have 472 parking spots for Vons. And it's, you do if you count the ones on Ardmore. But again, you can't go shopping at Vons and get your basket down there. You've got to go down 4 flights of stairs. So again, we're doing the best we can with the building. We're putting millions of dollars into what was an eyesore for the city. It's going to look really nice. We've relit the parking garage. We've cleaned it up. We've got rid of the riffraff. I think we're making millions of dollars of investment to the building.
We've also added signage so that, because we have 2 entrances to the parking garage, so there's one that has you go up, one that has you go down. And we've now added signage that says Salon Republic and 24-Hour Fitness, which is the majority of our clientele, to have them go to the lower levels, because those are the levels that are always empty. And even when the parking garage was free for years, it was never full. We have a parking study that was even done while the parking garage was free, and we never once hit 100%.
I can't even think of time in all the years I've been working there that we don't have at least 150 spots empty. Nobody just wants to drive down, 3 rounds going down to the bottom. Everybody wants to park right on the level where you can walk right in. But there is plenty of parking if you want to drive down. So
we're working on an elevator mod to make the that experience even better. If you do park in the lower levels, we've been working on the escalators, making sure they are
they've
running.
all been replaced.
We have the stairwells. We've been lighting them up so that people feel safe going up and down the stairs because of that issue where everybody wants to park right, at the entrance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Could I have a question?
Yes, please.
What happens when someone exceeds the 2 hours and they're working out at the gym?
When they exit and they validate, they get their 2 hours for free, and they'll get charged for any time above that.
Is it a discounted rate or is it just a full rate? It starts at the end of the 2 hours.
It starts at the end of the 2 hours.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember offhand, I have a photo of it, but it's like the first 15 minutes has a rate, and then there's a max.
And there's a sign at the gym that states people can park for free for 2 hours, correct? And
Yes.
after that, they have to pay.
Yeah, there's signage at the front, and you should be able to talk to the person at the front as well. I also provided staff an example of the 24-Hour Fitness validation, so a little QR code,
Okay.
24-Hour Fitness logo.
So I know it's a complicated problem at Vaughn's. Constituents have come to me and told me they actually see people with their yoga mats, with their bags, walking out of that lot and walking across and going into the gym. I don't know if it makes sense to give them 3 hours instead of 2, because a lot of people that want to work out need more than 2 hours. That includes taking a shower and drying and just getting their clothes together. And if they have to stop and talk to someone they might see in the gym, that 2 hours can, so I didn't know if it made more sense to increase it to 3. I don't know if you had any viewpoints on that to ease that restriction a little
My
more.
2 cents is a lot of the people who you see are actually working out in the building, and they're going to Starbucks and getting coffee and coming back. So when you're watching people, they could be parking in our parking lot. There also is a yoga studio in the Vons parking lot as well, too. So I've seen numerous people park in our lot and walk over to the Vons. It goes both ways.
And we're guilty of it too. We park in the building and then we go to Jersey Mike's across the street, right? It's kind of the nature of.
There used to be like a little taco stand in there. There's no place to get anything to eat or drink. Many people will walk across to Vaughn's and go to the Starbucks.
Question, how much are you making now that you've instituted that parking, you think?
How much do we make?
Yeah, are you making now on the parking?
I think the last I saw was about $1,000, $2,000 a month maybe, but sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't cost, the sunk cost of putting it in there. The goal was not to make any money on it. I was the one who very specifically made the decision to put the gates back up, given all the riffraff and the homelessness and the drugs that were going in there.
Right, so but Vons has to pay for a security guard, and now you could have paid for one.
Oh, no, we have security there every single night. 7 nights a week we pay for security.
Then why are there vagrants down in your basement?
Because the gates were open and they just roll
Why
right
doesn't
in.
security take them out?
It's security. Those folks are getting paid whatever it is an hour. They're not going to be, it's not as easy as you think. Are they chasing out kids who are smoking weed when the security guy's on the other side?
Hmm.
We
All-
must have
all
had
they can
50
do
cars
is
there
call-
from neighbors that are permanently parking there. It's like free parking if you live in Hermosa. Go park there. You can leave it there and go to the airport.
So you're saying that you have security guards there now, but there's not... But there's also transients and so on in the lower level.
Not since we put up the gates.
It was back when it was
The
free.
gate's an arm, basically.
Yes, yes.
Which keeps cars coming and going, but not transients.
No. We used to have people literally drive their cars and sleep in their car when there was no gates. The gates have been down for years.
No, I know. I
know, it was really good.
I've been a patron in that building for many, many years.
It was really good when they were down.
No, it was awful. I wouldn't let my wife in there because of all the chaos that was going down there.
It's not changed at all, but...
It really hasn't
But we
changed.
are trying to.
My wife won't go any lower than the first level also.
I-
Because it's dark and scary, and they're really,
Well,
if there is a security guard, I'm not
We have
sure
$500,000
where he is.
in new lights that were just put in. It's very bright now.
Mhm.
Again, it's taken me 8 months to get a permit to paint it and put landscaping.
know.
It's
I
taken
understand.
forever to remodel the building. We have the money. The family is putting millions into it. We're pushing as fast as we can to get it done. I admit this is a.
But I mean, you're 12
old
years
sore
into the building, right?
Pardon?
You said you've owned it for 12 years.
Pardon?
You've owned this for 12 years,
The
correct?
family has owned it. We just got rid of the former manager about 2 years ago. It was a company called Levy out of Santa Monica managed it. They were kind of slumlords, I'll say. Family fired them. I've been working for the family for 7 years, and they've asked me to come. I live in Redondo, so I'm living, I work in the office. And I convinced them to put millions of dollars in to upgrade this building. In my opinion, it's been an eyesore. I've been in South Bay since '93, and it's a rough building and it's a rough parking lot. So we've got plans to re-enamel the entire parking lot, make it look like a Jonathan Club-like parking lot. We're going to redo the outside of the building, all new landscaping, new paint, new windows. It's just, I'm trying to get permits as fast as I can. It's just been a really, really, really slow process.
It's been tough, but we've been working with Alexis and the planning department to try to provide them feedback to help streamline the process. But CBRE was brought on for property management and for project management, and we are working very slowly to make the building better, clean, more lights, bring it to, look nice and modern and contribute to PCH.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to open up the public comment now to all in person and Zoom. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, I do not have any speaker cards for this item. Not sure if anyone is interested in speaking that's present, and I do not see any virtual hands raised.
All right, well then I'll close the public comment. entertain a motion or any more deliberation? Yes, Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, I have a problem with the study that shows that there is sufficient parking provided or occurring for the businesses at hand, but I'm willing to forego that and pass this proposal with the added condition that the hours be up to 3 hours for patrons instead of 2, and hoping that that relieves the parking shortage, and that would be my motion.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion and a second. Any further deliberation or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I make a substitute motion that we disapprove staff's recommendation.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry. Say that again?
I couldn't hear him.
Staff recommendation. That's a competing motion then. Okay. Madam City Clerk, do you have the competing motion for staff recommendation? Okay. I'll call that question first.
Was it seconded?
Yeah. Motion is second.
While we have some time, I just want to thank the investment in Hermosa Beach. I think we heard from some public commenters earlier about being business unfriendly. I want to change that narrative. And, you know, as we go through the zoning update anyways, looking at parking requirements is something we're going to be hopefully changing in the future as well. So, I mean, this might be a moot point when all this comes to fruition. Thank you.
Motion failed with Mayor Seaman, Councilmember Keegan, and Councilmember Francois voting no.
All right, then I'll call the question on the original motion.
Can I just make a comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm just flummoxed that we are getting into the eaches of 2 hours versus 3 hours because, you know, we've got a council member who's concerned that after he takes a shower, he wants time to talk to his friends. I mean, that level of minutia is absurd. The plan makes sense as approved by the Planning Commission, as recommended by the staff, and we spend countless time and waste of time when we've got a family that's investing a lot of time and resources into improving a facility, and we want to get into 2 hours versus 3 hours because we think that it's going to take us longer to shower and shave, and, you know, I'm just flummoxed by this motion of yours.
Thank you.
You know, I understand.
Call the question, please.
Could I just make I understand.
No. No, we're not debating anything anymore. We have a motion on the floor, and I'm calling the question.
I'd like to get the city attorney's opinion, whether this is valid, whether we've got a problem with being able to implement this without any further studies. Any problem with the motion at hand here, with that modification?
It's not a legal problem, no. It's a policy question.
Okay.
Okay, I'm calling the question.
I think I already voted.
Mayor Seaman, may I just
Yes.
ask for clarification on your recommendation? For staff's clarity, could you perhaps opine on a time for implementation on this? Is it 60 days out, 30 days out for new signage, new?
How much time do you suggest?
I'm going to go with 60. However, I would also.
60 sounds good. Mayor, you want to amend that to 60 days of implementation?
Oh, that's fine. I neither made the motion or seconded it, so.
Yeah, I'll be
That's
happy
fine.
to amend it. I think that's partly what I was looking for, because I thought there were a few other legal hurdles to get
All right.
through.
Amended and
All right.
seconded.
Yeah, we need to make sure we have an
All right.
implemented time frame. Thank you.
I will add that to the motion. Motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Detoy and Councilmember Jackson voting no.
Okay, I will then close the public hearing, and open municipal matters. Item 17A. Madam City Clerk.
A resolution to approve an at-will employment services agreement with Steven Napolitano for interim city manager and approve an amendment to the salary table.
Staff
Good
report,
evening.
please.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Cynthia Stafford, representing the Human Resources Department. If you can bring up my PowerPoint. The item before you is an approval of an employment services agreement for interim city manager for Steven Napolitano. So I'm gonna do a little bit of an introduction. Next slide, thank you. In accordance with the municipal code, the city manager is appointed by and reports to the city council. So there's actually two positions that report to the city council. That's the city attorney and the city manager. With the resignation of the prior city attorney, the city manager, the council met in closed session on Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, to discuss options for filling the position on a temporary basis until a recruitment could be conducted to fill the position on a permanent basis. Next slide. So just a little bit of background. This is actually quoting the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code 2.12.010. It says the office of the city manager is created and established. The city manager shall be appointed by the city council wholly on the basis of his, and we would change that language now to say they, or their, administrative and executive ability and qualifications that shall hold office for and during the pleasure of the city of council. Like I indicated earlier, we went to closed session on May 13th, and the council acted to appoint the current Public Works Director, Joseph San Clemente, as a temporary interim city manager until another interim manager could be appointed. That was to allow the business of the city to be maintained. The direction was received to staff to move forward with another interim city manager while a formal recruitment is conducted for the permanent position. Staff was instructed to extend a job offer to Steven Napolitano as an at-will interim city manager. Next slide, please. Just a couple of little points about Mr. Napolitano. He comes to the city with more than 30 years in local government. He's a former 5-term mayor and city council member of our neighbor, Manhattan Beach, and he served as a senior deputy to LA City Councilor Don Knabe for nearly 12 years. He has a track record of success on issues of economic development, public safety, infrastructure, education, homelessness, transportation, and the arts. He's an attorney with an extensive experience with public outreach and engagement. Steve has worked with federal, state, and local elected officials to solve problems and successfully build consensus among many competing interests. So Mr. Napolitano also has a JD from Loyola Law School and a Bachelor in Fine Arts from Loyola Marymount. He will be employed pursuant to the employment agreement, which is included with the council item. There's a couple of things I would like to point out. One, it is an at-will employment agreement. All the city manager and managers are all actually at will. It serves at the pleasure of the city council. The appointment is subject to what we call, it's a conditional job offer, because he does have to do background, which would be life scan and medical and all those things that we allow traditional employees to go through. He can start immediately, and then it's conditioned upon passing that stuff. The other thing is his employment and services agreement only includes an hourly rate. There's no additional benefits associated with this because you're considered a temporary employee. Next slide, please. So council in closed session authorized an annual salary of $240,000, which is $115.38 per hour. As such, so because we have that, we have to amend the current salary schedule to reflect the new salary. This is actually required under government code regulations, what we call PERS regulations, that we have to have a publicly available pay scale that's accurate. So in addition to the second motion is, the second recommendation is to amend the current salary schedule for the position of city manager for a monthly rate of $23,448. That's the current rate, and updated it to a monthly rate as $20,000. Next slide. So staff recommends the City Council approve a resolution for an at-will employment services agreement with Stephen Napolitano, pardon me, for interim city manager, and update the salary table to reflect a change in the salary to the city manager. As a complement to this is we are working on getting an executive recruiter in place to do the full executive recruitment. And I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Council questions? Anyone want to go first?
No question, Mr. Mayor, just a declaration of ex parte communication. I called him on the Friday after the original agenda was posted for Monday, which then got withdrawn, so just want to declare that I talked with him.
Mr. Napolitano?
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing more was discussed besides what's in the staff report.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you for the brief. Is it typical for staff to have a recommendation about a city manager position?
My recommendation, it came from two things. One, the 3-2 vote that came out of the closed session, which was direction to staff, and it was following the existing, format of staff making a recommendation. But it's, we take their direction from council. If you would like to have staff withdraw their recommendation, we can, and leave it at your vote. But it was really based on the instructions from the direction from council in closed session.
Thank you.
I have a question. You mentioned the search for a permanent city manager, and did you say what does that entail? Basically, what have you done so far, or what are you going to be doing?
So I've reached out to 7 sound executive recruitment firms, ones that I know personally, not personally like friends, but ones that I know are highly recommended, and asked for proposals. The proposals will then need to come back to the committee of 2, which is the subcommittee, to make a recommendation. It does go beyond, almost all the proposals go above the council member, the city manager's signature authority of $30,000. So we'd bring a contract back to the council, and then we would kick off the executive recruitment. And it's a whole plan, engaging the community, engaging the council members, engaging the executive leadership team, all that.
Okay, but the 7 firms that you contacted are simply going to be putting together the proposal?
A bid, a proposal.
A proposal?
Yes.
But
So
not
what is the cost?
offering candidates?
Oh, no, we're
Or
not at that
searching
stage
for
yet.
candidates?
Yeah.
Okay, what is that process?
Searching for candidates?
Yes.
First,
Once we get this proposal?
yeah. So we engage the community, engage the council members, staff as to what they're looking for the next leadership. They work on creating or modifying, because we have an existing one, what we call the recruitment flyer. Then that gets posted far and wide. The benefit of using an executive recruiter is they do have a large network of individuals. They do a lot of executive recruitment, so they reach out. They do a lot of LinkedIn posting and all that kind of stuff. So then they get an applicant pool together. They go through all of the applicants based on the criteria that the council has established. So let's say years of experience. I'll give an example, exposure to coastal commission, those kinds of things, planning background, whatever you're looking for. They screen the applications, then they talk to them, usually on the phone or via Zoom, make sure that they are, what they are on paper is what they are in person, and then you present a list of what the top candidates. 5 to 7 is an ideal number to the subcommittee of 2, and the subcommittee makes recommendation, and then the full council interviews however many they want, but usually it's 3 to 5. It's my recommendation that in addition to the council member interviews, you do some sort of secondary panel, whether that panel is department heads or community members or a mix of the 2 of them. That's what I've used in my prior agencies, so that it's a good balancing of people's opinions are taken into account. But the process is flexible, and it's up to what the council wants.
Okay, how long does that usually take? Have you done this before?
Yeah.
Okay, how long does it usually take?
City manager, 60 days before you have an applicant pool to interview. I mean, they're coming to you guys. And then another, however long it takes to make your decision, and then job offer and negotiation, start date. So you're looking between 90 and 120 days. Okay. That's a realistic time frame.
Till you get down to this magic 5 to 7.
No, 5 to 7 would be somewhere around 90 days.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Any other questions? All right.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you. So we have a process in place to seek out candidates. They can contact the 2 members of the subcommittee on the council, correct?
No, actually, my recommendation would be is they go through the recruiter. So once we have a recruiting firm in place, an executive search firm, the recruiter takes in all the applications. Individuals should not be contacting the city council members individually. It does happen. So we just say, well, forward the emails to the recruiter, then the recruiter reaches out. By the way, the recruiter is handling all the communication. There's no appearance of impropriety, not that there would be, but it's all above board, using the executive recruiter as the point of contact.
Okay, I didn't realize we were using an executive recruiter. I thought we were having a subcommittee that was going to work directly to avoid that extra expense of a recruiter.
It's not my recommendation. For a city manager at this level, and you want to get a really good quality candidate, not to say anything about the mayor and the mayor pro tem, but they probably don't know a lot of other city managers they want to recruit with. It's about relationships and stuff.
Sure, okay. So you'll
and it's very above
be
board.
announcing that, and people will know
Yep.
how to apply if
Yep.
they need to. And
Yes,
that's
sir.
the process that we're going ahead with.
Yes, sir. It's pretty
Okay.
public, except for the final interviews and who you're interviewing and that kind of stuff, but the process itself is pretty transparent.
Right. And do you have any knowledge of the amount of why we are paying that amount to the interim city manager? $240,000. Do you know?
That was the salary that was approved in closed session.
Okay. I believe it was similar to the salary that originally was provided the exiting city manager 7 years
Her
ago.
original salary, correct.
Original salary
Yes.
before any increases, so on and so forth. So, and there are no benefits included in that, correct? That is the salary, period. No health benefits, no any other benefits are included. That's all it is.
Correct. And I've actually spoken to Mr. Napolitano, and he understands that it's strictly an hourly rate. No additional insurance, life insurance, none of these kinds of things.
Right, okay. And there's been some...
Questions?
Well, no, I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unless there's any other questions, okay. Let's move on to public comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Yes,
please.
yes.
I'd like to renew my motion previously made. I think it's important that we face the community, the city employees, and be open and honest with what transpired back in April and in May. There have already been discussions about closed session that Councilmember Francois just alluded to. And I think it's in the interest of transparency. The community deserves to know why we've been dealing with this confusion and chaos and, quite frankly, embarrassment for the last several weeks. So I would renew my motion that we waive the confidentiality provision under regarding closed session, and we report out the April and the May meetings.
I will renew my second.
Well, I'll make some deliberation on this first before we vote on that. I don't see any chaos.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could I make a substitute motion to move forward with this item and not vote on that item?
Excuse me, your motion's what now?
It's to
A
not-
motion on the floor, a motion and a second on the floor.
Right, I'd like to make a motion to return back to our item.
I'm sorry, so you want to call?
I'm substituting, we're getting back to business.
I'll second that motion. Mr. City Attorney, are these motions in order? You did rule.
Isn't-
I'm sorry, you were ruling.
Isn't that
something.
just a,
Well, we have a motion and a second. Now, is a substitute motion and a
I
second.
know, but the
Motion-
substitute motion just basically says no to the original motion. So why don't you just vote on the original motion?
Is the original motion, you've ruled the original motion is in order,
The
correct?
original motion is in order. In
All right.
fact, I think it was in order
Okay,
earlier
thank
under
you.
Robert's
That's okay.
rules.
Thank you for the
All right,
clarification.
I'll withdraw my motion, let's just vote.
Let's do that then.
Can I make another statement, please? We're continuing to kick the can, we're continuing to hide behind the closed session and everything else. It would make sense before we open it up to public comment that they understand exactly what's transpired these two meetings that have put us in the position we are in today. So to take public comment and then address the motion makes no sense. Do it now. Either stand up, look the community and the employees in the eye, and say yes or no. And let's just stop delaying the inevitable.
What you're suggesting is discussing something that happened in a closed session regarding the city manager's resignation, not the question of who's going to be the interim city manager.
Yes,
that is the business at hand.
I asked for both, Mr. Mayor, because the only reason we're talking about an interim is because of what transpired. And there are many folks in the community who said, oh, Suja quit, or she just resigned, when we know what it was a constructive termination. So, I think we owe a duty to our community to look them in the eye and explain what happened, and then we can talk about Mr. Napolitano.
All right, I'm going to make a quick statement because we can't deliberate on a motion before we vote on it. What happened in those closed session meetings, we are not allowed to discuss that in open public because we have an agreement with the city manager and the city not to disclose those items.
Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
not going to be the one, none of us can speak frankly about what happened in those meetings without violating that agreement. And so I'm not going to be the one to
If
do
I
that.
could, Mr. Mayor,
So I'm going
that
to
is-
call your motion. I'm
The
gonna
city
call-
attorney
call
has
the-
said that we can have the discussion. The former city manager is okay with that discussion. So
Okay.
we can't hide behind the fact that it's privileged and we can't discuss it because the city attorney has told us that we can.
No one's
So-
hiding behind anything, sir. I'm going to call the question. You have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm going to call the question. Madam City Clerk.
Voting is now open. Councilmember Francois?
Absolutely no. I think it's out of order anyway. You can't have a motion and a vote before the public participates. Absurd. No.
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, and as the city attorney stated, we can. So just to make sure the record is clear.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
No.
Motion fails.
All right. So let's move on to public comment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can we discuss the May 13th special session?
No.
Dealing with Mr. Napolitano?
No.
I would move that we allow the disclosure of the closed session regarding Mr. Napolitano.
We can do this all night if you like.
It's a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Mr. Mayor, this motion is out of order completely. We can't, it doesn't even say what we're going to disclose.
First of all, it has
I
nothing
mean-
to do with the point at hand. We are talking about the city, an interim city manager.
That's exactly
Not
what we talked
happened
about on
in
May
any other
13th.
meeting.
The May 13th, Mr. Mayor, is when we had those discussions.
There are comments this council member over here made, I don't think he ever wants the public to know. And I'll tell you that much.
All right, that's enough.
Okay, well,
Excuse me.
you know, it's out of order.
Excuse
This
me.
is out of order, and Mr. Mayor, if you don't rule it out of order, I'm going to make a motion that this is out of order.
We have a motion and a second. Call the question,
I
please.
move it's out of order. I move to overrule the mayor. This is out of
We're
order.
going to do this one more time. Madam City Clerk?
Be faster if we do a roll call.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Abstain.
Councilmember Keegan,
No.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
No.
motion fails.
All right, let's move on now. Public comment.
Mr. City Attorney, or Mr. Mayor, if I can have one more comment, please.
No.
No.
Mr. City Attorney, I think there's a requirement for ex parte communications. Mayor Pro Tem discussed his ex parte communications regarding this potential appointee. And since we don't have the potential appointee to ask any questions to, I think it would be appropriate for the colleagues to disclose what ex parte communications they had, if any.
Councilman Jackson, you're out of order.
Is that out of order?
Yes? Yes. The question at hand is we're moving on to public comment, and then we're going to vote on this.
Mr. City Attorney, is there not a requirement to disclose ex parte communications on an issue that we're about to vote on, as Mayor Pro Tem did?
There certainly is an obligation to report ex parte communications in connection with any quasi-judicial matter, such as the last couple of matters.
This isn't one.
This is a legislative act, so the requirement isn't the same. It's always allowed, though.
It's allowed or required?
It's always allowed. Any member may choose to disclose ex parte communications relevant to a legislative matter. It is not required.
Does anyone care to make any ex parte
So what would the definition of an ex parte communication be,
Oh, Jesus.
since this is a
I'd be happy to
legislative
brief
matter?
you about
have
that
to.
some other time.
It says you
Excuse
don't
me?
have to. He says
You don't have to.
I'd be happy to brief you about that in more detail some other time.
So is
I'm
the
not
question
prepared to
whether
do
we've
that now.
spoken to Mr. Napolitano? Is that the
You're
question?
not required to disclose it if you don't want it. That's what he said.
I mean, I haven't spoken to him in years.
All right. Can we move on to public comment now?
We did receive some speaker cards. Carlene, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Good evening. It's getting late, so hopefully this makes sense. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Carlene Bestie, and I've been a resident of Hermosa Beach like this short of 30 years, and I've known Steve pretty much that entire time. I first met Steve through work. I was public affairs representative for a large employer here in the South Bay, and Steve was on the City Council in Manhattan Beach, where we had a pretty sizable footprint. Just a couple of projects that we worked with him on that I think are relevant and I want to note is Steve's leadership and collaboration enabled the 2 large land transactions that resulted in one of them the development of the Marine Avenue Sports Complex and the other the Manhattan Beach Studios. In addition, as you know from the presentation earlier, he also served as a deputy for Supervisor Don Kanabe. And our operations, our footprint was in Supervisor Kanabe's district. And while I know that Steve managed and oversaw many multi-million-dollar projects, I want to focus on an economic initiative that he was supportive of, and that was the retention of the LA Air Force Base in the area. From day one, Steve was at the table helping to develop the strategy and stood side by side with elected officials, business leaders, and local chambers of commerce to make sure that we kept the LA Air Force Base here. In addition, I kept on running into Steve at many nonprofit activities and events, whether it be supporting students at local education foundation events or Heal the Bay or students at risk through the Rich Stone Center. Steve was always there, and it's probably safe to say I've been to more nonprofit events and activities with Steve Napolitano than I have with everyone in my family combined. In my opinion, you're hiring a leader who is smart, strategic, thoughtful, and caring. You're also hiring someone who, as a lifelong resident, knows, loves, and respects the culture of the beach cities. His more than 2 decades on the city council in Manhattan Beach gives him a very unique perspective on what you face daily in your positions. He understands balancing big expectations from residents and working with small city budgets. I recently saw a social media post that called Steve a political insider. It was spun as unfavorable. I'll offer the opposite perspective. It's important to know the politicians, the issues, our cities, the region, and the state of our cities, the region, and the state, inside and out. Steve is that person.
Wrap up, please.
If, for example, if you've seen his opinion piece on the housing mandates, you should take a look if you haven't seen that. I feel Steve is uniquely qualified to partner with you to lead the city, and I hope your actions this evening welcome Steve for Hermosa Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Oakes.
Eric Oates?
Nope. Okay. Next, we have Ann G.
Oh, I spoke earlier.
Okay. Next, we have Bob.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been a while since I've been here to talk to the council. As some of you know, I've been a resident of, my wife and I have been living here in Hermosa Beach for the last, since 1999, so 26 years, last century. And I've had a great deal of interest in, how the city's doing and everything. I spent 28 years of my life founding and guiding as a CEO a multi-million-dollar internet telecommunications company, and I retired in 2022 after I successfully sold the business. To say I'm a little bit surprised at the course of events that have been happening here and the fact that Mr. Napolitano seems to be the rubber stamp for the council when the council didn't consider anyone else. I mean, we have staff, interim, and that's pretty normal. And listening to the entire event tonight, I mean, I got to say, I think my wife knows I'm nuts, but I'm going to publicly state right now that I am putting my hat in the ring for city manager, and I believe I bring excellent qualifications for that. You don't guide a multi-million-dollar company for 28 years with a staff and return investors investments without having the ability to guide and manage staff. Mr. Napolitano comes to you as a lawyer. Last year, he was running for Superior Court judge. Where are his qualifications to manage? The fact that he was a councilman for a while and he's negotiated some really good deals, my hat's off to him, great. But managing an organization and managing staff requires different skills. And I've yet to meet too many lawyers that are really good at that. They are very good at their details, but they're less stellar in their management capabilities. And I have, as a corporate leader, represented the company in contract negotiations, lease agreements. I've represented the company in court. I've done a myriad of things. I'm an engineer, software, electronics, mechanical, with 2 U.S. patents on aircraft engine design. So I come with not just management experience, but good quality hands-on capability. So I am stating this publicly that I am giving the council a choice for the interim city management position. And I hope you understand that you owe Mr. Napolitano nothing, but you owe the residents of Hermosa Beach everything. And that should be guiding your decision, not a selection of one person done behind closed doors in closed sessions and then sort of exposed. So I'm giving you the choice. I'm available. I can start work tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to your application.
Next, we have Barbara Ellman.
Good evening. You guys already know how I feel about what you've done, but right now, what I decided to do after attending a business meeting was I asked ChatGPT if the city make a city manager termination checklist. It was pretty easy, and it came up with some really great ideas, none of which you guys really have fallen through with. Allow the city manager the opportunity to respond, prepare and approve a public statement or press release, communicate with city staff and stakeholders, notify the city manager of the closed session, documentation, compile written documents. All these things are really helpful. But then I decided to ask it another question, which was how not to fire a city manager. And I think that page is pretty important for you guys to see. It's pretty simple. I didn't ask it anything else. I didn't ask about Hermosa Beach. I just asked how not to fire a city manager. And it says right here, hold closed-door discussions with pre-decided outcome. Rush the process without public input. Ignore the regular review schedule. Dismiss staff and community voices. Allow political or personal agendas to drive the decision. Stay silent about the reasons. Forget the human impact. Overlook succession and transition planning. Ignore legal and financial consequences. Underestimate public backlash. And the last one, the very last one, is just a reminder. It says city managers are professionals, not politicians. They deserve fair, transparent process, especially when their employment is on the line. So it's that simple. I think what you've done is sad. It's inexcusable. But more importantly, I believe that you're not done. This is going to go on for a while. I know that there are people that are talking to lawyers, so I don't know, but I'm saying you guys caused a big, huge uproar, and you didn't have to. Her review was in August. There is a really good chance after watching you guys, especially yesterday, that this looks bad, the three of you. It really does. And I appreciate the fact that Councilmember Jackson tried to at least get you to come forward and talk to us tonight. You could have, but you didn't. So, and the last thing I'll leave you with is just a little joke that I found. A city council member said at a town hall meeting they believed in open government. Someone asked, then why is everything behind closed doors? Their response was, well, the door was open before we closed it. Thank you.
Next, we have Ira Elman.
Hello. Hello. Which one should I use? This one? Before we get to the happy faces, which I think is a fabulous idea, I did want to talk about the item on the agenda tonight. I think that paying Napolitano $240,000 a year to be an interim city manager and then likely, I think, to be the permanent city manager is the final result of apparent conspiracy by Keegan, Francois, and Seaman. They wanted to get rid of an experienced, successful woman to be replaced by someone just like them, an older white guy who's likable and plays volleyball. What makes this even more sinister, in my opinion, is that his salary is only 17% less than the recently terminated city manager. She has decades of experience, let alone 7 here in Hermosa Beach, where she built an incredibly solid management team, including an amazing HBPD, excellent morale, stellar record of accomplishments, and related personal reviews. She had the support of the management team, civic leaders, those folks who work on commissions in other places rather than those who just complain here in town, religious leaders, Hermosa school leadership, and business owners. Napolitano has 0 experience in working full-time in any city government. He wants the job badly, including a desperate email that was sent less than 24 hours before the last closed session where Lowenthal was likely fired. Napolitano stated that he had been contacted by many over recent weeks about the city manager position, $240,000. No interview, no competition, no reason given for termination, no performance review of Lowenthal, no chance for her to maybe correct what you folks didn't like about her. Looks like an inside job to a lot of folks here in the community. Lots of closed sessions, zero transparency or logic was disclosed. Here's my guess of the scenario. Is that Lowenthal haters, probably Francois and Keegan, and likely a few former council members or other haters in town, approached Seaman about terminating Lowenthal and told him that Napolitano was waiting in the wings, which would help a smooth transition during his time as mayor. And the mayor kind of confirmed that earlier in the night about how easy this is by bringing in Napolitano. Where are the supposed financially responsible members, Keegan, Francois, Seaman, and others like the local campaign financier who essentially fired Lowenthal? The city will be paying double city manager's salary for a number of months due to the severance being paid to Lowenthal, while getting someone who's just learning on the job. If they do decide to hire a search firm and not slam dunk Napolitano into the position, which now sounds like that's likely, tens of more thousands of dollars will be paid for the search firm. The city's ability and knowledge to get millions of dollars in grants is already lost with Lowenthal's termination and Angela Crespi's departure. Well done. The conspiracy is almost complete.
Mayor, we do not have any other speaker cards for this item. Would you like to move over to Zoom?
Any on Zoom?
Yes. Ken Ellen, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Kent Allen. I come here as a resident since 1978. I was a 12-year planning commissioner and been deeply involved with the Hermosa Beach Advocate Foundation and everything, all that kind of BS. First of all, I want to thank Director Sam Clemente. He's just done he's done a great job. And I speak to several of the commissioners on the public works, and everybody's in agreement. He's doing a good job. I don't want to, if he wants to be a city manager, I'm sure he would be a good city manager. Lord knows if he even wants to be one. I know I wouldn't want to be one. I was the director of construction for ARCO and AMPM in 6 states. Okay. And I certainly didn't want to be the next level up. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But in the meantime, he's done a wonderful job. And, this is not discounting the fact of the burden that he's had with this past senior management holding him back. Okay, Steve Napolitano, his history is my history. I am 10 years older than him. We grew up in the same neighborhood. We both went to Pacific Elementary School. We both went to Center. We both went to Maricosta. Steve understands the beach culture, okay? And he will be a good fit. I want to be clear. I did not vote for Steve on his campaign for either the county supervisor or his judge campaign. I simply did not vote for him. I voted for other people that I thought were better fits. That said, sometimes there's a person for the time. Steve is the right person at the right time. And despite the fact that I have not supported him in the past, he is absolutely the perfect person to walk in this door and take over this job and unburden Director San Clemente so he can get back to what he does best. Steve is putting his local reputation on the line in taking this position. Not to mention all his personal contracts that he has. I mean, he has a life, all right? So he is putting his butt on the line. Please accept Steve Napolitano as the interim city manager. Maybe he'll become the full-time city manager. I don't know. Let's let him give him a chance, and let's see how he does. I think he is absolutely the correct person at this time. Lastly, it is not lost on me that the Elmans, who had held many secret meetings in their house with the Thrive organization, that me and the advocates shut down These people are, they do secret crap behind, excuse my language, they do secret meetings all over the place. And this is an obvious violation of the Brown Act.
Wrap up, please.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you are unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Siemens, City Council and staff, Matt McCool. I'll be as brief as possible because so much has already been said tonight. I'm in complete agreement with, especially with Carolyn Petty and John Burry. I just want to go and state that if anybody thinks that this was some conspiracy that just happened, is completely not in touch with the people of Hermosa Beach. This was a long time coming. When I ran for city council in 2022, I didn't know how bad it was until I was going door to door talking to people about how bad the situation was with our city manager. And now, as far as Mr. Napolitano, I had a chance to meet him when I went through leadership Manhattan Beach. By the way, one of my classmates was former city manager Tom Backley. I got to know him on a little bit of a level, but I think this is the right guy for the right time to help our city. But I want to go ahead and share one thing. I made a post on Advocates for Hermosa Beach in December of 2018, and I'm going to read it now. Manhattan Beach Mayor Steve Napolitano is someone I often reference as the most pro-business councilman for Hermosa Beach. And the reason why I made that comment, and that was 6 years ago, it was over 6 years ago, is him and Brad Jacobson were actively involved in our community and promoting our business through their program. I think that says everything you really need to know about Mr. Napolitano. So that's my time, that's my piece. Thank you.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, Laura Pena here. As you begin the process of hiring an interim city manager, I wanted to offer a few thoughts, not about who should fill the role, but how we can assure it's approached in a way that reflects best practices and rebuilds community trust. I appreciate staff explaining the entire process for the vetting and recruiting of our new city manager, because this isn't personal, it's professional. And it's about creating leadership structure that's aligned with what the people of our city have already said they value: clear results, public accountability, and long-term planning. That's why I'm urging you to implement a performance-based contract for the interim city manager. It would include 3 straightforward but powerful practices. First, annual reviews based on pre-approved metrics. These could include project delivery timelines, budget performance, responsiveness to council direction, and community engagement. Everyone does better when the goals are clear from the start. Second, create a public-facing performance dashboard. This lets residents see in real-time progress on city initiatives, from infrastructure to permitting to public safety. It's a tool many other cities use, and it's one we should adopt here. And third, tie resident satisfaction surveys to any incentive structures. If bonuses or contract extensions are on the table, let's make sure they reflect how well leadership is serving the people who live and work here. Now, this approach just isn't about smart governance. It's already baked into our city's values. These recommendations directly reflect Plan Hermosa's governance structure. Goal 1, Policy 1.1, open meetings. Policy 1.6, prioritizing long-term planning. Goal number 8, a performance-based management and benchmarking program. Policy 8.1, utilize performance metrics and data collection. Let's actually put the policy into practice starting here tonight. Our city is at an inflection point. This next step is not more about filling a seat. It's about whether we're serious about accountability, about results, or we're just going to go through the motions. Let's lead by example. Let's model the kind of governance our own plan calls for. Thank you.
Mayor, I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in chamber? No? All right, I'll close the public comment. Come back to the council for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for an at-will employment services agreement with Stephen Napolitano for interim city manager and update the salary table to reflect a change in the salary of the city manager.
I'll second that motion.
Been a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I've been working since I've been 14 or 15 years old, and every job I've applied for, first you apply, and then there's usually an interview. I've heard more of an interview from a public commenter tonight about qualifications than I have from the individual tonight. Nothing about him. As I said, I was able to call him on Friday. Didn't have to ask anyone for his phone number. I had it in my phone already. Steve is a guy that I've looked up to as a young elected official in Manhattan Beach. But the process is what I have an issue with tonight. I have not interviewed Steve Napolitano. I've not heard his qualifications. I've not seen his, vision, even an interim basis to see what quality or key indicators he wants to see improved in Hermosa Beach, and any vision he has laid out for the city. Just based on the process alone and not the person, I will not be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sitting here scratching my head. I applaud Mr. Adkins for at least having the fortitude to stand in front of council and the community and say he wanted the job and explain why. That is more than we received from Mr. Napolitano. And Steve is a friend. I've known Steve since 2021, not as long as many of you, but I've worked closely with Steve, both in and out of chambers on various boards. We've had very deep discussions on a myriad of issues. I'm a Steve fan. I'm not a fan of the process. And you mentioned a word, Mr. Adkins, trust, as did Gila Katz earlier. The mayor said that Steve's name miraculously popped up and he's willing to take the job. Well, we know there was nothing, this wasn't the immaculate hire. This was obviously planned and coordinated several months in advance. The mayor also said that Alex and Joe, who were floated, Alex was floated as a potential interim, and there was no recruiting, vetting, or thorough process or interview. No, because that already took place. They were recruited, they were vetted, and they were hired through an interviewing process, as is every single other employee in this city. And we haven't even done the bare minimum. So again, we're looking at process. And we want to hide behind closed doors. We don't have an open and honest discussion about what transpired. How did we get to where we are? And how is the community supposed to trust us if we're not willing to be open and honest and forthright when we have the opportunity? And how can we as council members and the community trust Steve Napolitano? If he is indeed the right person for the job, if he's the best candidate, he should welcome and even insist on a fair, competitive, and transparent process. That's how leadership is earned, that's how public trust is built, and what the people of Hermosa Beach rightfully deserve. Every employee is watching this, every employee, and they're going, my God, it's more scrutiny to appoint a parks commissioner, it's more scrutiny to hire a PD, anybody. But the one employee that we control, that we hire, we didn't recruit, we didn't vet, and we didn't interview. That is shameful. That is just shameful. How can anybody trust a process like that? What we're witnessing is yet another chapter in what's sadly become a pattern of self-inflicted chaos, draining time, money, diverting energy, raising public doubt, and causing unnecessary embarrassment. This is no way to govern. There's a right way to do things, and then there's what's happening today the wrong way. Our one and only hire that we fill on behalf of every resident that you mentioned, Mr. Adkins, employee and taxpayer, it demands thoughtfulness, integrity, and accountability. And what you've seen from day one is a rush to push out and a rush to bring in their guy. getting it wrong has real and lasting consequences. Because we're confronting a process that is neither credible or open. Again, no recruiting, no vetting, no public qualification, no competitive search, not even an interview. And I have to just stress that again, because anyone who's applied for a job, anyone who's hired anybody, knows that you've got to do an interview. That's a basic minimum to make sure that there's a fit. And it's important that we have the right fit. Again, I've known Steve since 21. I supported him publicly, campaigned for his election as Superior Court judge. He's a friend and someone I respected and trust. On March 18, 2023, as mayor of Manhattan Beach, Steve delivered a long overdue public apology to the families of Bruce's Beach, whose property was unjustly condemned a century ago. It was a moment of courage, integrity, and moral clarity. That's why this situation is so disappointing. If this appointment were based on merit, leadership, and integrity alone, Steve would be a strong candidate. But that's not how this process played out. Instead of a fair, transparent search, we saw closed-doors discussions, predetermined outcomes, and a process that suggests, if not confirms, a backroom deal. And that's a serious breach of public trust. It also sends a message to city staff, as I said before. Does hard work and performance matter, or just who you know? To the residents, does public input matter, or is the fix already in? To future applicants, we talked about, we're going to go out and do a search. Why bother if the job was promised before it was posted? Again, Steve, this isn't personal. It's about governance and it's about trust. You know this appointment wasn't earned through an open process. It was arranged behind the scenes. Steve called Sousa a friend, but friends don't quietly position themselves for someone's job while they're still doing it and doing it well. His immediate availability also adds to the appearance of orchestration, and that perception, right or wrong, undermines him from the start. If this is how we are choosing our top executive, how can we trust future decisions? Will hires be based on merit or loyalty? Will staff be evaluated fairly or politically? Will residents need to be prioritized or sidelined? This appointment casts a long shadow, and without a clear process, it risks damaging morale, weakening credibility, and eroding trust citywide. Let's be honest. Again, if we demand a process for vetting for every city employee, commission, appointee, vendor, contracts, et cetera, how can we justify none of that for our city manager? So I'll ask plainly, is this the standard of governance we're now endorsing for Hermosa Beach? Because this is more than just about one hire. It's about how we govern. It's about whether integrity and ethics still matter. Now, it's obvious this is a done deal. So any pleas to pause this appointment, I think, will be falling on deaf ears. But I think it's important that even in Steve's letter, he said, I'm sure you're talking to other people, because he understood how the process works. Let's fix this. Let's open the process and show the community that merit, not manipulation, guides our most important decision. Because right now, it's pretty clear this looks and feels like a political favor, and that sends the message that trust is optional. And it's unfortunate that Steve chose not to be here. I was wondering how that resume and cover letter on the eve of our discussion miraculously popped up. Maybe that was orchestrated, maybe that wasn't. We don't know who he spoke to on council, who he didn't speak with. We don't know with whom and how far back. We know that there's lots of discussions taking place in the community, that these discussions have been going on since November, December. We haven't had an opportunity to talk to him about any of those things. Why accept the role without an interview? How can the public trust his leadership won't be politically driven? Because that's what this appointment is. Again, if Steve is the right person for the job, and if he's the best candidate, he should welcome a fair and competitive and transparent process. That's how leadership is earned and public trust is built. And I go back to the trust word again. Because this will define his tenure. He's not here to answer any questions, but we know he's not going to earn the community's trust, certainly not mine, and I can't speak for city staff, but this just stinks to high heck. The process is replete with issues. It's obvious and clear to everybody this was a political job. And again, if Steve's the right guy, and again, I like Steve, let him compete for it, and I'd be the first to vote for him if it's a fair and transparent process, because that's not what we're seeing here. And I could not support this hire at all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, I would agree with a lot of what you just said if we were talking about appointing him to be the city manager, but we're not appointing him to city manager. We're appointing him to interim city manager. I would also like to point out to everyone out there who thinks that we should interview and so on and so forth. Well, Leo Zalian, a fine person, and he was our interim city manager for a couple of weeks. He was appointed by Suja. There was no interview, there was no vetting, there was no application, there was none of that. The process, as we've heard this evening, that doesn't exist, it didn't exist when Leo was appointed to be interim city manager by Suja Lowenthal. Joe San Clemente, again, I've said earlier this evening, he's a stand-up guy. I have great respect for Joe. I think he's been doing a great job as city manager, but honestly, he has too much to do in his own department. We need an interim city manager, but we need one right now, not in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, or as the staff mentioned, no, it's not your turn to speak yet. Thank you. Thank you. No. Honestly, we need somebody that can come on board right now, and it's fortunate that he's here. You know, really, Bob, I'm not even going to engage with you. I am surprised and frankly, I'm quite disappointed in some people that I've been friends with for 10 or 12, 15 years, worked with on Planning Commission and on Access Hermosa, to hear innuendo, second guessing about some backwards deal, some backroom deal, and that we did this, we cooked this up, we did this together. What possible proof do you have of that? What do you know about it that you feel comfortable to stand up here in front of every one of us and look me in the eye and tell me that I've got some deal cooking somewhere? And I've heard on the internet so many times about, oh, well, there must be some real estate thing going on, or you guys are going to make money off of this. That's absurd. You've known me for 10 or 12 years, and you don't think that that's the kind of person I am, honestly? That's very disappointing. I'm sorry. Raising the public doubt. I don't think there's anything raising public doubt or creating chaos or undermining the public trust more than this continuous innuendo about the deal that stinks and so on and so forth. It's got to stop somewhere. Honestly, this is not that situation. We appointed someone to be the interim city manager, and I can't imagine anybody, including Bob here, who owns a patent on an airplane motor. That's really great, but that has nothing to do with city government. And for him to say that he's as qualified as Steve Napolitano is really kind of absurd. Man's been 5-time mayor, 5-time city councilman. He's been through the city manager selection process as a councilman in Manhattan Beach. Multiple times. So, multiple times, thank you. So, here's the thing. This is the reality of it as I see it. You can believe me or not, you can believe anyone you like or not, but this is where we are right now. City manager that we had is gone. Whether you like the idea or how that happened, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. I'm not going to violate the idea that I've signed an agreement not to speak of it, and that's something that's very important for the city. To do so could result in lawsuits and money and quite quite a mess. I think for whatever reason we find ourselves where we are, I think that it's important that we have somebody right now. We have a builder's remedy hanging over our heads. We have the budget in a few weeks. We have a lot of work to do. And we need to get started with it right away. And Joe, a wonderful man and a good person, and he might be able to work on this, but honestly, he needs to run his department and have another person run the city manager's office interimly, for now. And then we will have a process. We will go through vetting, interviews, requirements, and so on, the way it should be done. But that's for a city manager for a long term, and staff has told us that could be 6, 8, 9, 10 weeks, 12 weeks. What do we do about the problems that we have that are facing us right away, right now? And that's why I think this is the right thing to do. I have been in city government for 14 and a half years, on 2 commissions and now on city council. I'm not doing this for the fun of it. I'm not doing it for the money, because there isn't any. I'm not doing this for popularity. I got plenty of friends. I don't need this. I'm doing it because I care about this city, and I'm trying to do the best thing for the city. I think we all are. We're all neighbors. We all have the same motivation here, is to do what we think is the right thing for the city. So this is what I think is the right thing to do. And, the sooner that we stop believing innuendo and half-truths and create the chaos and the lack of public trust that we have here, the sooner the better. Let's move on from this. Let's get to work on our problems, and let's work together on this. I would hope that the 5 of us can somehow move past this and move on with the business of running the city and getting this thing moving again and get this started. And so with that comment, I would like to call the question.
My finger's been up for a while here.
I know. Thank you. I gave you an opportunity to speak.
Go.
Call the question,
Are
please.
you recognizing me to speak?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to keep my comments short to the point. If we all did that, I think we could move along with this meeting a little better. I was elected by the people to manage city government and to do the best I can and make the decisions that are important. And city managers are hired at will. And our responsibility is to have flexibility in our leadership. And if a majority of the city council believes that this city's future needs some adjustment, it's an ongoing process. And I welcome our new city manager here to advance us into the city's future. And that may include not building a new city hall. It may include renovating the existing city hall. It may include creating different work environments that occur in the city. But I look forward to a new future for Hermosa Beach. It's going to look better than ever when we welcome this very qualified candidate to come forward as our interim city manager. And yes, he sent us an email with his qualifications and resume, and he sent it to us prior to us making that decision, and that's great. We've had it. We've had it available to us. He's well known in the community. I look forward to having a more friendly city government that's responsive to its citizens, and I fully support Steve Napolitano as our interim city manager. And there may be some that may not agree. Some of my colleagues may not agree with this type of direction that we're going, but a majority of us do agree with it, and I'm hoping we can all get on the bandwagon and move ahead and move to a new good future for Hermosa Beach, and not trying to become a continual distraction. Thank you very much.
Madam City Clerk, we call the question, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just say one, I don't mean to belabor this.
No, sorry.
Call the question, please.
Everybody's had their
3
time
votes
to
for calling a
speak.
question.
So, again, this is the pattern. We rush through everything.
Madam City Clerk, will you call the...
You rush everything.
Call the question.
This is such an important decision you want to rush through, Mr.
Call the
Mayor.
question.
And I don't need chirping from the
Three of us wanna
peanut
call the
gallery.
question.
Three of us
that's
want to
it.
call the question. Ray,
Excuse
be
me.
quiet.
Please.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Trust in the process.
Please call the question.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
No.
Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
Now let's take a recess for 5 minutes.
I agree. Let's take a 5-minute break. right, if we're ready, let's reconvene and move on to 7B on our agenda, purchase of portable barriers and trailer from Advanced Security Technologies. City Clerk, oh, well, I just announced the item, I'm sorry. Is there a staff report? Mr. Callahan, Officer Callahan, Captain Callahan. Oh, the tall one should work, no?
Is that good?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thanks for hearing from us
Would it
today
be
on
okay if
our...
I do a quick roll call? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
yes.
okay,
Please,
yeah.
would you call the roll call?
Councilmember Francois,
Here.
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Here.
Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now,
All right, very good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thanks for hearing from us tonight on our barriers. So the goal here is for the purchase of portable barriers and a trailer from Advanced Security Technologies. We have a little slideshow. So City of Hermosa Beach was the recipient of $109,598 in grant funds from the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, otherwise known as the SHISH-GAP grant. It intends to use these funds to provide physical security enhancements for highly populated, crowded areas throughout the city during special occasions and major events like elections or parades or other events that are hosted by the city. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. County Board of Supervisors accepted in 2022 as part of the grant and was provided we were provided a distribution of $64,598 from the grant. The grant funds would be used to enhance the cybersecurity network of the city and add a layer of physical security for large-scale events and mass gatherings. Last year, City Council approved the 2023 SRA for another $65,000 of grant funds to be used to continue enhancing the security of the city. Next slide. As you can see here, these are the portable barriers that we're looking at. These allow easy relocation, flexibility, and meet a variety of needs. They set up quickly. So each one of those is an individual piece. They're considered a unit. You put the units together. One person can do it, probably recommended 2 people. And you can pick the locations. You can cover streets, you can cover sidewalks, intersections, and they're also mobile and can be moved all at once by one person. So they have an operating lever, and then they roll. So once they're together, one person could literally pull the lever and just slide that out of the way. They're being used all over the country. We contacted agencies that are using these in Northern California, Delaware, Michigan, made a huge purchase after a parade incident a couple of years ago, and they look great. They're being used nationwide by sports complexes, the NFL, pick a major arena, and they're being utilized. So next slide, please. They also serve other capacities, scene security, traffic control, perimeters, and temporary cover and protection of sites or events. Next slide, please. In order to procure, we recommended using a national cooperative purchasing agreement. The program is under the educational agency in Pennsylvania that focuses on bidding for products and services to award shareable purchasing contracts. PPM issued an RFP for modular vehicle barrier systems in August of 2022, and they awarded that to Advanced Security Technologies, the company we're looking at. That contract's set to expire 12/31/25. Next slide. Under our Municipal Code Section 3.12.140, purchases made through the cooperative purchasing agreement maintained by state, county, or other public agencies are exempt from formal bidding procedures, which allows the city to expedite the procurement process while ensuring competitive pricing. Next slide. So the staff recommends to the City Council to appropriate the $44,598 that's in the grant fund for state homeland security from the 2022 grant cycle, and add that basically to the $65,000 and that's in the grants fund. And that would authorize the purchase of portable barriers and a trailer through the National Purchasing Cooperative for a total of $109,534. Next slide. Or is that it? All right. So we're looking to buy a 72-unit trailer and 36 units to start, and that's what we're asking for. So any questions? Ready to answer.
Yes, thank you, Captain Callahan. These are the barriers that we were discussing just not so long ago for the St. Patrick's Day Parade. That, or at least a similar item.
They are barriers. I don't believe these are the ones that we definitely didn't use these for St. Patrick's Day. The city, the chamber actually leased the Meridian barrier, which is another type. Yes.
Oh, I thought that we borrowed them or leased them from Long Beach, and they provided them for us, and we used those.
Those are the Meridians.
Those are the Meridian. And this is not a similar item? It looks to me like the same kind of design.
They work similarly, but the Meridian barriers come. They're also singular units. They're also can be attached by cables.
Yeah.
So the functionality of stopping vehicles is the same.
Yeah. Okay. So you run into it, and essentially it kind of picks up the front of the car.
Exactly. So the vehicle runs into the barrier goes underneath the vehicle, disables the vehicle, it gets hung up on the barrier, and then kind of falls over the top.
So you mentioned a trailer that's a 72-unit trailer, did you say?
Yes. Yes. So essentially, it's a way to store and move the units around so that you can deploy the units and pick them up easily. And it's also, in terms of storage, it makes it easier for us, Public Works, to find storage areas, right? We know that storage is an issue throughout the city.
Of course.
And this is a way to make storage and transportation really easy.
So the trailer's a 72-unit trailer, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And how many units are we buying?
We're going to buy 36 to start.
36, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we'll work on filling it from there.
How many would we need, like, let's say, for the Fiesta we had this last weekend?
Just ballpark. We would need a lot of units.
A lot more than 36.
A lot more than 36. Probably a lot more than 72 to do the entire Fiesta. So this is a beginning, for sure, but certainly allows us the opportunity to secure other areas and other events. Additionally, I know there's some discussion about sharing. A lot of the South Bay cities, Redondo Beach, Hawthorne, naming two, are also in the process of looking at advanced technologies. And Redondo recently actually had these barriers at their department to kind of do a trial run. And they are moving towards acquisition as well of a 60-unit trailer. So the goal would be to work together with our neighbors that have these types of trailers, right, cooperatively. And in order to be a good neighbor, it's nice for us to have toys that they can borrow.
Absolutely. No question. Is there a plan to buy 36 more or whatever to fill up that 72-unit trailer?
We do have a plan. So again, these are grant funded. We're in test. Yeah, there's no guarantees, but we are in anticipation of additional grant funding. We also have asset forfeiture and other means to purchase additional units if needed.
I had an opportunity to talk to the mayor of Redondo a couple weeks ago, and I was actually asking him if he would be interested in going together to buy them. The two cities join together, and he said, "Oh, we just bought some. We already have them."
Yeah, they also have grant funding.
Doesn't mean we can't talk about sharing them still. So.
Yeah, sharing would be great. It would certainly make everybody's life easier, especially when the cost of leasing these through a third party, you've got to rely on them to deliver, set up, break down. You got to pay them. This way here, we're much more sufficient. I think it's important as a city and as a police department for us to be as self-sufficient as possible. So.
Yeah, I think it's always better to buy than lease, almost always. Yeah. All right, great. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
I have a quick question. All of these monies are not using our own city funds, right? They're grant funds we've received. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's all grant funded. Yes, sir. No city or city.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
city funds.
Thank you.
All right, no other questions? Thank you. Public comment. Next, I'll open the public comment.
Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards for this item, and we do have one virtual hand raised. Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I'll be super brief on this. I do have training in anti-terrorism and force protection, which includes threat assessments. in particular regarding vehicle-borne attacks or vehicle ramming attacks. So I'm completely supportive of the police department going ahead and doing this and acquiring this equipment to go ahead and secure our areas. However, I just wanted to point out one area is that I'd love to hear what the criteria is for when these instruments are actually going to be deployed. And I want to point out probably the greatest threat in the city of Hermosa Beach are the on-street dining decks. Is they're completely susceptible to having a vehicle-borne attack. Plywood and 2x4s are not going to protect those people. So if we're going through this extent to acquire this equipment and have public safety, I think we need to assess the threat of those on-street dining decks. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you.
Mayor, I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So we will close the public comment then, open it up for council comments and deliberation. Anyone care to start, or is there a motion, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor, move staff's recommendation.
I'll second that. Madam City Clerk, unless there's any other comments, Madam City Clerk, would you call the question, please?
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Voting isn't working? Oh, it is.
All right, let's move on to 17C, receive and file an informational update on residential parking permit program. Presented by our Administrative Services Director, Brandon Walker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. At Council's request at the last meeting, we're here to present a brief update on the current residential parking permit program. Pull this slide presentation up, please. Great. Okay, just a brief overview of the program as it exists now. As reference, each residence is limited to 3 parking permits per year. One of those can be a guest transferable permit. Just a few numbers for reference. The first year of the program, we issued about 8,900 permits citywide. Sorry, to go back, in year 2021, the year before that, we issued about 9,500 permits per year. As you can see over the 3 years, the program and its new requirements has essentially achieved the intended goal, which was to increase the amount of spots available for permanent Hermosa residents and our visitors and guests. So last full permit year, we issued about 6,000 total permits. To date, as of the last week, we've issued about 4,500 permits. This is trending pretty much on line with last year, so we expect to issue around 6,000 permits again this year. Next slide. So again, the major change this year highlighted in red. This year, the main requirement change was requiring residents to produce both a valid driver's license and vehicle registration listing the Hermosa Beach address per the application. And again, the options for the guest transferable permit remain status quo from the prior year. So the meat of the presentation, let's talk about some of the feedback staff has received. So as I mentioned, out of the 4,100 permits, we've received a few handful, a dozen comments and complaints and suggestions for improvements. We haven't quantitatively tracked the amount of complaints and concerns, but talking to staff and talking to residents that have come to our front counter, there's kind of a general list of some of the general feedback we've received, as I'm sure council has received similar feedback. The one overall general concern and complaint was changing requirements every year. I think we've heard from the residents, the ones that have come to us to talk about the need for consistency. They want to make sure that the requirements are consistent every year. Granted, the last few years, we've refined the program, changing the requirements from utility bills and registration to now California driver's licenses. So that was just one general feedback we've heard. Another one was general consensus or feedback about the difficulty complying with the California driver's license requirement. Again, some of these complaints, about half of them were from actually out-of-state permanent residents that have spent part-time in Hermosa. So just the general angst about having to produce and change and dealing with the DMV, changing their address. Some general comments about preference of it used to be better before. We like the idea of using bank statements and utility bills. That's some of the feedback and comments we've received. general overall rigidity, which ties into kind of the changing requirements every year. An interesting one, difficulty for renters. A lot of renters come in, they hop around from different apartments or different cities. The idea of changing their driver's license was generally, according to them, a little overburdensome. The lease agreement, which was a eligible requirement to suit the requirement needs in prior years, was not included this year, so they needed to change their driver's license. We heard general angst about that. The non-transferable guest permits, this one's kind of a little specific where essentially the guest permit, the hang tag, is non-transferable. So if you're a renter and you happen to take that permit away and move out of state, that owner, that registered owner for that residence is not entitled to another hang tag permit. So that was a few instances where we had of those. And one special comment, separate from the residential permit program per se, a few comments talking about the desire to bring back the special event permits. Those were essentially bulk permits that you could buy, I think, anywhere up to 20. We charged a nominal fee for the first few, pretty cost effective for residents. There was general consensus of a desire to bring that back. So again, in context, about 4,100 permits issued. These represent just a handful of dozen comments that staff has received direct feedback here at the counter and also via email. Unfortunately, no quantifiable information. We can show you statistics of the amount of complaints, but obviously a vast majority of residents have complied with the program itself. And just to wrap up, we're talking about the nature of the program, limiting a finite asset and resource for the city parking to making sure it's available for permanent residents. First and foremost has been a success per council direction over the past 4 years. So with that wraps up the feedback, and happy to answer any questions from council if you may have any.
Any questions? Yes. Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I originally did want this to come back as info only to see if we could pinpoint those types of things that we could make swift changes to that wouldn't interfere with the middle of the process, since we've already started the process for this year for permits. So my questions are going to be geared towards that. So do we have currently an exemption for those affected by natural disasters that the city manager can overrule the residential requirements?
Informally, yes. The resolution is pretty strict in giving just the city manager that authority. So just a staff kind of feedback is that, yes, there is a process internally where the city manager on a case-by-case basis can take those affected by the Palisades fire, their situation into context. Most of the requirements are still there. And a good example would be a permanent resident that has address at the Palisades, is here temporarily. We'll make short-term exceptions for that, but those are on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, because we've had some emails from people that complain they still haven't been able to do it. But basically, there's a process. Is this anyone affected by a natural disaster or specific to Pacific Palisades, or do we need to codify or get something in writing to make sure that there's a process for those affected by natural disasters to appeal to the city manager on a case-by-case basis that they can waive this residential requirement?
I would say codify, no. I think council was pretty direct of the resources that we have at the staff level. For example, what we do is, it's only for the Palisades fire. Staff will look up with a map to make sure that they are in the impacted area. And on a case-by-case basis, we'll work to resolve those issues. And if there are, and a message to you and to those listening, if you do have a unique situation specifically with being displaced by the fires, we're here to help and help coordinate that. So a majority of those residents have come to you versus council. We've come and tried our best to resolve those issues and get them the permits they need on a short-term basis by those affected by the fire.
Okay. Is there a process for people to be able to go in person to get their permits?
That's a good question. So in prior years, as you recall, there was an over-the-counter option. What that ended up leading to was 40, 50 people deep. So again, on a case-by-case basis, circumstances pertaining, we can arrange an in-person pickup. I'll be honest, the issue with the in-person pickup is that it distracts staff when dealing with online permitting. So I think first and foremost, we recommend that residents do use the online portal. If there is special assistance needed, we have a computer at the desk. They can come in. If there is a special permit pickup request in person, they can email, our staff and we can arrange that. But
So we don't need to take any action regarding that. You can have that posted on the website. If people need to go in person, they can make arrangements to
yeah,
do that.
we do encourage online because the line
okay.
backs up, and it was with a limited amount of staff, you could be waiting a long time. And I think I much prefer, if personally, to order something online and pick it up or have it mailed to me than wait in a long queue.
Thank you. So just trying to cut down on this complex bureaucracy a little.
Yep.
This garage requirement, this involves staff going out and determining whether they have a garage so that they can, if they don't have a garage, they can get an extra car. Is that right?
Correct. I think you're referencing the requirement for the fourth permit. So
Yeah.
I don't have the exact numbers. We get about 12 to 15 requests. I think from prior presentations I mentioned, I think only 4 or 5 have actually been approved. So what you're referencing is correct. It's there's a full analysis by our community development team and our finance team to make sure that if there is not adequate on-site, on-premise parking options for that particular residency, they would be entitled to that fourth permit. What that usually means is what you're referring to as the garage. If the garage is not being utilized for parking, that's deemed as available space. So if they're not utilizing the garage for parking, the fourth permit isn't granted.
So we could easily eliminate this garage requirement and cut down on city staff by just simply saying maximum 4 per address and be done with it, or maximum 5 per address and be done with it, right?
Yeah, 2 ways. One is lifting the total amount across the board, or streamlining the process where it more is just either a quick attestation or some sort of, I signed this under oath of whatever, that you would get that fourth permit. So I would say that if you were looking to streamline the fourth permit option, it would be streamlining that requirement, or council considering raising the total amount.
Yeah.
But that's at your discretion.
Okay. Now, we've had some emails from people that have been told that they must change their driver's license or their registration, but if they're simply getting a guest pass, they can get a guest pass even though their car's somewhere else if they're a resident, correct? It has nothing to do with where their car is. If they live here and they're a resident, they are allowed a guest pass.
Yes, I'm
Correct?
trying to think of a situation, though, where people are asking for, some of those situations, they're asking for a sticker and a pass. But if it's just a pass, no, they don't need the, you're
So,
correct.
I mean, if someone asks, can I get and they're going through these hoops of residential requirements and registration, they don't need to do that. They can just get a guest pass.
Yes.
And then they just need to provide what proof?
It's registration is one, or a driver's license for identification purposes, and a bank statement or utility bill. So the guest permit process is still kind of a relic of prior years. So photo identification, credit card statement, utility bill.
So their driver's license doesn't have to be at that address? That's used for identification, and then a bank statement showing they have a bank statement at that address.
Yes.
Because we've gotten emails of people complaining that they haven't been able to get that. So I just want to clarify, you don't need any action from us on that. That's already the process.
Yeah, for the hang tags, yes. I think a lot of times people are generally complaining about the process in general. So a lot of times they'll say guest pass, but we've, doing the research, they've asked for the actual sticker itself. So I think the confusion is the sticker qualifications versus the hang tag qualifications.
Right.
But those are non-transferable and one time only. So if that hang tag is assigned to an address, one can't be assigned to that for the remainder of the permit year.
Correct. And if there is someone that lives out of town and they want to be able to use it once in a while, they can get these special event permits for the day, or how does that work?
No, so those went away. So I think that was the issue, is that those permits were limited, I want to say last year or the year before. So there is no special event permit process currently in place.
So there's no way for someone that lives out of town to come here and get a permit like they want to stay here for a week?
No.
We could add that back in though, right?
For consideration, yes.
A daily permit or something like that. No, those are all the questions. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I had a question. So say someone has a second home here and they're here only 2 months, 3 months, they leave it vacant on those other days and they don't have a driver's license from here. How do they get a permit?
Under the current qualifications, they would only be able to get one if they change their driver's license and registration to the Hermosa Beach address. So there have been a few that we've had to reject because they failed to meet either of those requirements. Their car is either registered out of state or they have an out-of-state license that is not registered at the Hermosa Beach residence. So
they're precluded from having that.
under the current process, yes.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Councilmember Detour.
Thank you. We didn't make up the DMV rule about changing the address. The state law is how many days within moving to update your driver's license?
I believe it's 30 days.
Might be 10. 10
Go with
days.
yours.
And you can do that online. I just tried.
Yes.
So this isn't us just making up rules. It's state driver's license laws. Thank you.
I got a quick question to ask you about the employee parking permits. I know that we made them quarterly because a lot of the employees don't work all year long. They're here for a few months or whatever. What's the permit, employee permit cost for 1 quarter?
So I'm pulling that up right now.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to just whip that one out on you.
No, I believe when we talked about it, we kept the price the same, but we just divided it into quarters. So
44?
You took the $44 amount and divided that into quarters?
we took the annual amount. There used to be annual permits, and we just divided it by 4.
And okay, and that's $44 a quarter?
Yes.
Okay. If you bought an annual for all year long, what would you pay? The 4 times 44, apparently, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Please don't make me do math on the spot. Yeah.
$156, yeah, whatever it is, okay. Okay, employee parking is now limited to the upper level of parking lot C?
Correct.
And there is no yellow posts, no anywhere? Only parking lot C, upper level, is that correct? For the
No, and
employee-
Hermosa Avenue for the quarterly permits.
The quarterly permits are good on Hermosa Avenue, up and down all of Hermosa Avenue. Okay. All right. But it's $144 a quarter. Okay. And you just, a few minutes ago, you were telling Councilmember Francois that you can go into the city and buy your permit. in
No, for
person.
pickup. So what we try to do is encourage all online ordering. There's an email ordering process too. What we're trying to do is bring everything online to minimize the amount of staff coming in. So
I understand.
if there are one-off basis, certain circumstances where an in-person pickup needs to be arranged, we can arrange those on a case-by-case basis.
Oh, I get that, but I have gotten numerous requests to go, I don't do the computer, I don't know how to punch the little buttons, and, and the old elderly people that have a problem with it. And so I think I would like to try and make it easier. If we could let whoever needed to come in without ordering it online and then picking it up or any of that business, just come in, bring all their papers and stuff down there and do it the old-fashioned way. Is that a possibility? Is that currently allowed?
It's possible. We've worked with staff to consider, knowing this is a complaint we've heard also too, is that, trying to strike the balance of making staff available from their day-to-day operations to be able to, deal with those customers. We've benched around the idea of doing maybe just like on a month, like a set time is open permit, open counter season. That's something we can consider, as Councilmember Francois talked about, of possible changes for next year. We've gone through the whole bulk of majority of the sales already. It's something we can consider. There is a trade-off, though. I think what ends up happening is you get one resident taking time off of staff, and they can't attend to other issues that people come to the spot. So it's a trade-off we're trying to find a balance for. So there is a computer there that we can actually help navigate with those that don't have a computer at home or need help with navigating the site. We're more than happy to do that.
Yeah, but if they can't work it at home, they're really not going to be able to work it.
Yeah, and I'll offer my services too. They have my information. If they have issues, they can contact me directly. I'll walk them through it.
Okay. All right. I think, another point on that subject is that we only buy the permits in a certain, for a month or two, a period of time where everyone wants to buy their permits, and then really pretty much tapers off after that. So it's not like all year long you have to have a guy sit there and wait for somebody to do a
Right,
permit.
for the residential permits, correct, yeah, but for the employee ones, that's a.
So most people do it online, and if a dozen or 2 dozen people want to come in the old-fashioned way, they should be able to do that for that period of time, and have a time period for that. Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment, Madam City Clerk?
I do not have any speaker cards for this item. If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand to provide public comment on item 17C. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council. Council comments and deliberations. This list of general issues here is certainly a reasonable jumping off point. Does anyone want to take a try at suggesting changes? And with these changes, and I want to just clarify here for a moment before we get too deep into all of this.
Can't do it.
These changes could be possibly done now, or is this all
Mayor
for
and
next
Council,
year?
this is a receive and file matter. I understand that it's on the agenda tonight because it had 2 council votes, not 3.
Right.
So the action tonight, if the council is interested in talking about changes or directing some changes, would be a motion to put it on a future agenda.
Or make a staff recommendation to bring it back to us?
It's the same thing.
Same thing.
I'd be happy to start a motion if you'd like. See if I can add on to it.
Well, I just want to have a discussion about what kind of changes we might even want to even
I'm
consider.
thinking about the ones immediate as far as next year. That's another thing.
That's
I'm
good
just
to work
thinking
on
of
them too, all of them.
Excuse me?
Throw them all in there at once, might as well. It's coming
Well,
back.
why would we work on ones
So
we're
we
going to
can-
do?
Well,
next year?
excuse me, pardon me. Would we be giving direction to staff to bring this back?
You should put it on a future agenda, and if you want to load it up with a bunch of details, to have it on a future agenda to talk about your laundry list.
So
you
if we
can do
put it on a
that.
future agenda, we have to start all over again with this
I
whole
mean, my-
thing.
Yes, you
thought-
should keep all of your notes from tonight and have them ready to give direction to staff at the next meeting. You can't do that tonight.
Gotcha.
Well, we can make a motion
Excuse me.
to give direction to staff to come back with specific recommendations
Yes.
for the next meeting. And those would be specific ones.
And that would not be now, that would be,
The motion would be to put it on a future agenda.
Right.
For the council to discuss potential changes, including your laundry list.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
yeah, so we have to
Okay.
compile the laundry list tonight.
Yeah.
Regardless.
If you want, or you can keep it in your back pocket and unpack it at the meeting.
If we unpack it at the meeting, then nothing will happen until the meeting after that.
No, you can,
So-
if the item is, at the future agenda, is to discuss potential changes to your residential parking permit program, you can unpack all of your potential changes then, or you can list them out tonight. It will result in no difference.
All right, well then, why don't we do this? Maybe we could have 3 people approve it, and then it's an action item. It can come back as an action item, and then we can unpack and do something to it all in one night.
Mr. Mayor,
Let's do that, I think. Yes.
we just got through some extensive changes and software updates. This was going to be a normal cadence in the fall of October, November, whatever, works for our Administrative Services Director. Already the bulk has been done. My preference would just be this comes back on a normal cadence in the fall. He's busy with budgets and everything else going on right now that, I think a lot of this, if we get emails, I just had one today that I forwarded to the director, and they were able to work through a small inconsistency and figure it out. So I think there's a lot of wiggle room. We all got an email from a person who was displaced from the Palisades. I forwarded that email to the director. I think there's a lot of stuff that we can also do to be responsive to residents and just, get this on the normal cadence of October, November. That way there's plenty of time to program the software to make any of the changes going into next issuance.
There's merit in that, I agree with you. The problem has been, though, that like this year, we wait until just before we're getting ready to issue them, and then we go, okay, what do you guys want to do? And then we just can't get anything done because we have to do it right now.
That's why I wanted.
And that's been a problem. So if we do this well before the next session, which would be, I guess, in April, is when we start issuing again. So if we do this well before that, in the fall, perhaps, I think that's fine. So why don't we bring it back as an action item, not necessarily in the next meeting, but in a future meeting before fall. And in the meantime, I think you're correct that believe me, I've started collecting them. When I read an email and I go, okay, I answer the person and then I say, I'm going to put this in a special file here, and so they're piling up. I got probably a dozen of them. They're all, some are the same issue and not. But those could be brought in and we can discuss those and work on them on an individual basis. And you're right, we can provide some release in that way in the time being. I agree with that. Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've been a part of these discussions over the last few years. I think the changes we've made have been positive. I mean, to reduce the permits by 45% for the betterment of all, I think has been a huge feather in the cap for this city, and took strong leadership by this council. With the changes we made this year and ultimately going to the LPR readers, that will make life a lot easier. I mean, we're talking about 12 to 15 complaints with over almost 4,500 permits issued. So the changes we've made have worked. And then when, I've had discussions with you about some of the complaints, and some of the folks that were complaining were folks that were not eligible. They are not Hermosa Beach residents. So if you're not a Hermosa Beach resident, then you're not eligible. So those are the folks that were often complaining, those that weren't eligible. Now the one-offs, I think, as long as worked.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm proud of what we did, but parts of it, I think we may went a little bit too far. When there's always room to grow, always room to improve. So I think that if some immediate relief can be applied to a few particular incidences now, and then bring this back, let's continue to talk about it again at another meeting, and those new ideas that we want to unpack at a future meeting, we can do that, again, well before the time to start changing things. And then just move this on for another time.
Yeah, I do concede this year was a little unique, as the Councilmember Detoy, or Mayor Pro Tem Detoy talked about. Implementing the new software took up a majority of the time this year. So I think the promise from staff this year is to come to council earlier in the game to talk about those changes, like we mentioned, September, October-ish, where we have a few months to deliberate, workshop these ideas and have it fully ready to go for next permit season. So all these changes would be kind of after the fact. It's only going to affect the few new residents that do come in. So the majority of the changes, if we made them today or next meeting, wouldn't really affect the majority of residents until next permit season anyway. So I think something around fall time would work perfectly for staff.
Okay. All right, because it would make widespread confusion if we said, okay, well, bank statements are okay now, or let's switch to this now after everyone's already 4,000 people have applied.
Yeah, a little bit pulling the ladder behind
I totally agree with that. But there are some tweaks we could do still. It's not perfect yet.
Yep.
But,
And I encourage council and as residents, if they have issues, we handle one
Okay,
off.
so a future agenda items is next on the list. We can either do this now or we can wait another 2 minutes and then make this a future agenda item. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to clarify. I thought we're doing this so we can find out what we can do right now without bothering computer. I mean, and I painstakingly went through some of these on the phone ahead of time with staff, and I thought it was my confirmation that there would be no big deal to make these change right now. For example, getting rid of the garage requirement and going to 4 passes blanketly and end this garage thing. So
That's not the case, though.
it is.
It isn't.
Staff has confirmed that yes, there's nothing to change in the computer. You just change the requirement and issue 4 or 5 per address, and you've eliminated that portion of the bureaucracy. There's nothing to change. Ask them.
Well, first of all, you need to get the entire council to agree to that.
Well, the point is, can Can we make some immediate changes now, or are we going to
Receiving
wait till
file.
next year?
We're going to wait. till-
City attorney, it's receiving.
We're not going to make
Except for-
any
no,
initial
we're gonna-
changes.
Well, here's what I am proposing, okay? You can propose whatever you like. It is my proposal that we, for right now, we gather our thoughts here together on this, and I've done some work on this. I have a list of things that I think we should do. Bring it back at another meeting for discussion. Make it an action item if you like, but those changes are going to be very difficult to do at this point in time, because we've already issued 4,000 permits, over 4,000 permits, to people who only got 3 permits, and then you want to just make it 4 for everybody, which I disagree with, by the way. And so, so this is not going to just happen overnight. In the meantime, Councilman Detoy has come up with a good point that for those people who have a particular complaint that's legitimate, they can bring that to staff, and we can have a little more liberal. One of these things here is rigidity, okay? So if we lighten up on the rigidity a bit and okay, well, you've got a legitimate complaint, so let's talk about it and we can arbitrate something. Make it a little more comfortable for some people right now, that can be done. And then bring it back and make a little more changes for next
So you are in favor of doing some things that we can do now?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure about
On a one-by-one piecemeal basis, not on make changes. No,
So let's
it's
figure
nearly
out what we
impossible
can,
to
let's
do
figure out what we can do now then, and
At
move
the
forward
next,
with that.
at the
And
next
right now,
meeting,
we can do
At
that.
another meeting.
Do it right now.
Make a motion if you like. If we're done discussing it, we go ahead and make a motion and see what happens.
I make a motion that we receive and file, and it comes back October at the latest.
Second.
All right. Madam,
I listened to the attorney before. You said we needed to make it broadly open so we can make a bunch of changes. We just don't want to bring it back. What specifically do we want to say if we want to talk about how many passes?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Maybe I misconveyed what I meant.
I just want to make sure that we're able to discuss anything.
It would be wide open for you to talk about any of the changes that have been discussed and any others that you might think of in the meantime, if you just if a majority of the council tonight directs that it come back at a future agenda. I think I heard October at the latest. And then it would be fair game to talk about any of your ideas.
Okay, just want to make sure it's not limited. Okay.
No, it wouldn't be limited.
All right.
And just to clarify, it would not be an info item, it'd be an actionable item if I have 3
An action
votes
item?
of support. Yeah, so we can make changes
Yeah.
no later than October.
Right.
So these are not immediate changes, these are for next year.
Yep.
We're not making any immediate changes.
No, but some changes can be done on a one-on-one basis.
Brandon and Paul, if I could, Mr. Mayor, Brandon and Paul can still exercise common sense with regard to the rigidity you spoke about for the Palisades fire victims and for those with special circumstances.
Yes, and
What is
just
it
to
you want
comment
to
to Councilmember Francois, so the technical changes aren't difficult. It's changing the direction. So I think going from 3 to 4 permits would be a larger discussion that it does have
Too hard to
implications
get down to
when
what
it
we
comes
have.
to administering the program. So I want to make that point of clarification.
Daily permits.
We have those already. All right, was there a motion on the floor? Motion and a second to
Bring back an
Staff recommendation.
action item, we'll receive and file this, bring back an action item no later than October to revisit this for 26.
All right. Madam City Clerk, call the question, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Oh, for God's sake.
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Yeah, aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Future agenda items. Anyone have any future agenda items they want to bring up?
I'd like to bring back increasing the public comment to 3 minutes, and also to allow a phone call in for public comment in the beginning of the meeting.
Zoom.
Yeah,
I'll go along with that.
okay.
Yeah, I'll second that. Do we have a third for an action item?
Can we make that a little bit broader to include some other issues with regards to,
It's public comment.
yeah,
What are they?
I don't know, I hadn't thought about it, but it's your item.
Well, the item, just so everyone knows, the items on the floor is to increase the time to 3 minutes, so it's even on both, not 2 and 3, and to allow Zoom and phone-ins for the general comment in the beginning of the meeting. That's the motion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that in general. How could I not agree with something like that? I do agree with it. I'd like to open it up to a few more other issues that maybe we can look into when that comes back.
All right.
Sure.
So that's 3 for an action item. Is that clear enough?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other future agenda items, then we will adjourn this meeting at 11:34.